Well, hello, everybody. This is day 31 of the Sage Circle Alliance live streaming, and we are just doing what we can to get the message out about Sage Circle Alliance. And today, I'm again thrilled to be here with Cid Notter, and Cid is just the cat's meow when it comes to all things plant-based. And Cid, how are you today?
I'm doing well. Thanks, Kathleen.
You
You're the
betcha, you
best
betcha. So,
pajamas.
now where are you located?
I'm in Illinois, about an hour south of Chicago, small town on the river.
Okay, what's a small town to you?
7,000.
Okay, that's okay. That fair enough. That's small because our town is about 3,500, and I don't know on what mile radius, but we don't even have a stoplight in town, which is really cool. And the big happening is when we go to the feed store. So, and we go out of necessity, not just to be hanging out. But yeah, so you tell us a little bit about what you do and what your area of expertise is, and then let's segue into why Sage Circle Alliance.
Yeah, well, for over 25 years now, Kathleen, that's a long time. I've been teaching whole food plant-based education and classes and in my local college and in my home and in different venues and now online a lot too. And I got interested in this years ago because some friends invited us over for a vegetarian dinner, which we had never thought about or heard about. And from there, we learned about animal suffering. And, we have a big heart for animals and decided we weren't going to eat meat anymore. So we started down this path of very unhealthy vegetarian food filled with dairy and hostess cupcakes and frozen pizza. And then years later, we switched to an unhealthy vegan diet filled with fake hot dogs and fake cheese, and all the transitional foods, which have a place if you're transitioning, but you shouldn't stay there
Mm-hmm.
if that's what you're doing. And then for the last 15 or 16 years, whole food plant based with no added oil. So that was my transition. But today, I help people that are struggling with chronic disease, weight issues. I help them learn how to eat to reverse all of that. That's the cool thing about this way of eating. This is the only way of eating that can actually unclog our arteries, proven to unclog our arteries and reverse our number one killer, which is heart disease. And with my dire family history of heart disease, stroke, diabetes, inflammation, colon cancer, you name it, my family has it
Mm-hmm.
or has had it. I'm just about the only one left at this point. But with that dire family history, I knew I did not want to go down that path for sure.
Well, my family too has a history of a lot of different types of diseases. I was actually thinking of my grandmother, who I never met because she passed when she was 48 years old. So my mom probably was 20, 21 when she passed, maybe a little bit older. And so I never had the opportunity to meet her, although she's had a major impression on the family. That's like energetically, her life has been immortalized, if you will. And she died of breast cancer. She had a double mastectomy. And back in the day when, radiation treatment was very, very harsh compared to what it is today, even though it's harsh today. And my dad had his first heart attack at the age of 41. He had a massive heart attack that he was in a coma for a month at the age of 62. He lived to be 82, but he died of brain cancer and lung cancer, had been a smoker for many years. And I was really thinking of all the diseases in our family. And I actually, at a few years ago, had precancerous polyps when they did a colonoscopy. And in the past, I would have used that as, oh gosh, look at what, I'm a victim of circumstances. And today it's like, no, no, no. There are things that I can do to minimize my risk of any of these diseases because of the fact that we know about the eating. And I was thinking about opinion bias. If you've ever heard of opinion bias, that basically is where somebody can take a circumstance and they can have one opinion and somebody else can have a different opinion, and they will find a way to justify their opinion. So with meat and dairy, the way that people eat, they will find justification based on their opinion. They can find research papers, they can find reports, they can find blog posts, they can find videos, they can find quote unquote experts, doctors who support a meat-based diet. And then you have the plant-based eaters who also can justify their way of eating and their opinion. And yet it's really looking at the facts. And that's, what I love about what you're doing, and the people that are involved in Sage Circle Alliance is very well researched people that we actually do our homework. Now, with what you do in working with your clients, the people that want to reverse disease or they're overweight and they just can't seem to get it, what do you advise to people on reversing the way that they're eating?
Yeah, well, it depends. We have a 45-minute conversation up front so that I can ascertain what exactly are they struggling with, what hurdles are they facing. That's going to determine the direction that we take. So some of them are emotional eaters. Some actually have food addictions that trigger them. Some are living with family members that don't eat the way that they do. So the coaching takes turns for what they are in need of from me. But as far as the food goes, I lay out, we've got to create a menu plan. If we don't have a plan, how can you succeed without a plan? So let's make a weekly meal plan and let's keep it simple. Think of things that you already eat that fall into this category. Are you eating spaghetti with meat sauce? Let's just make spaghetti with marinara and roasted asparagus. Let's switch from a chicken stir fry to some soy curl strips, or some tofu stir fry. So we try to start with the easiest low hanging fruit first, and
No
then
pun intended.
yeah, yeah, and then I just try to steer them toward easy recipes. Okay, we're going to have oatmeal for breakfast and black bean soup for lunch and a bean burrito with a salad for dinner. Well, let's keep it simple, and maybe some ice cream for dessert if we're going to do that. So we want to keep it simple and not be overwhelmed. I think people are overwhelmed at first, thinking they need to
Mhm.
find hundreds of recipes when they don't. Find 6 or 8 recipes that you really like,
Right.
and then every week add a new recipe in and try till you build up your repertoire. And so it really depends on the client, but there are common things to every client, and one of which is the food that has to be eaten. Yeah.
Well, one of the things that I found works really well for me is I love my crock pot. It's like I don't have an Instapot. I haven't yet graduated to an Instapot, more out of fear. I don't know. It's kind of a false fear, but I think it goes back to the pressure cookers. And everybody I talk to who has an Instapot, they love it. But I like my crock pot. And what I'll do is I'll make a big batch of whatever it may be. Like the other day, I made a curry dish that had chickpeas in it. It had mushrooms. It had onions, carrots, bell peppers, and tofu in it. I actually baked the tofu and then I put it in after the fact. And I happen to have somebody that I cook for who is not 100% plant-based. So I put in some of the gardenia meatballs because that satisfies their need for meat. And so it's kind of a gateway that I provide. But what I did is we had dinner and then I was able to freeze the rest. And then when I want a quick meal, I just pull that out of the freezer and I can put it back in the crock pot. I can throw it in the microwave. And, it really is about convenience because we're all so busy. But what I have found, and tell me if this happens with your clients, Cid, is I have found that I actually enjoy cooking now. That pre-vegan, pre-plant-based, I didn't like to cook and I hardly ever cooked. I just went for convenience foods. And now I find that there's just energetically, I feel more, if you will, more love towards the food. And I just think about, okay, what did it take to get the food into my refrigerator or my cupboards? And what's the whole process? And I think if we really look at the process of what it takes to get food to us, we have a different relationship with it because the whole idea of if somebody eats meat, take it all the way back to what it took to get that cow to give up their life so you could have that steak that's on your plate. And I think if we energetically did that, more and more people would move to a plant-based diet.
Hmm. Yeah, it breaks my heart just to think of the factory farming, and every time I see a truck on the road with animals, heading down the road, I just could cry. But yeah, I think if more people knew, that's why what's the saying? That's why slaughterhouses are kind of hidden. You don't usually know where they are. They're hidden. They don't have glass walls, that's for sure.
Paul McCartney said that. He said if
Yeah.
slaughterhouses had glass walls, everybody would be vegetarian. And I think now he probably would lean more towards vegan.
Yeah, for
Now,
sure.
with the people that you work with, do you ever get people who have a misunderstanding of what being vegetarian is compared to being vegan, and how do you educate them?
Yeah, I don't run across that too often because
Okay.
by the time they contact me, they're familiar with what I teach. They watch my webinar usually before they contact me, and which talks about the foods. Some of them, though, do have misconceptions about what's healthy. That's for sure. Or they're drinking high-fat coconut creamy stuff for all the time and wondering why they can't lose weight. Or they're not connecting all the dots with all of their food. That's for sure. The fake cheeses, and
Right,
they think
right,
they're eating healthy a lot of times when they're really not. So that's where I try to shed some light about that.
right.
There's better choices. Let's make better choices than that.
And I think it's all
Yeah.
the advertising and the misinformation that, and we grab onto something that will support, again, our opinion of what we think is healthy. And that's why
Mhm.
experts like you are so important, because I went through the T. Colin Campbell plant-based nutrition course and got that certification. And for a period, I thought I was going to be a nutritionist. I thought I might move in that direction. And then I realized that's not my passion. That's not my wheelhouse. I love talking about healthy eating, but I don't want to teach people about healthy eating. But even though I'm working on an ebook called 7-Day Reboot to Plant-Based Eating. And it's geared actually towards people who have been plant-based and then they kind of fell off the plant-based wagon and they went to the unhealthy vegan wagon. Not that I have done that, but I think I might have been guilty, and I occasionally am guilty of that. And so what I realize is that for me, when I write a book or I do a webinar or I do a live stream and I kind of pull my own covers, it helps me to be more transparent and more honest about staying on the straight and narrow of healthy eating. And that's really what it's about for me. I'm so clear on the fact that I don't want to end up like a lot of people my age, a lot of women my age that, I went on this beautiful walk this morning and I was out just literally smelling the flowers. I was talking to the animals because you and I both live in a rural community and we have a lot of livestock around our area. And I feel so blessed to be able to walk out the front door and take a mile or two walk and not think anything about it as far as, oh, can I do it? Am I going to have the energy? Where with plant-based eating, I definitely have the energy. So I love what you're doing. And now let's talk about Sage Circle Alliance. You're a founding member of Sage Circle Alliance. What motivated you, first of all, to get involved in the organization, and what motivated you to become a paid founding member?
Yeah, well, I've noticed over the years with working with other people, collaborating with other people, the importance of that and the joy in it. There's joy with when you work with like-minded people on a project together or you're promoting something in a bundle together. And I've just discovered that I really love doing that. And when Sage Circle Alliance was being formed, it was presented as a place where we're all going to be on the same board, moving toward the same goal and working together. And that was very appealing to me.
Mm-hmm.
hmm
And what do you find most appealing about Sage Circle Alliance as far as like, okay, there's the collaboration and the community, but what about the benefits, if you will, like the Speakers Bureau? We can contribute to the blog, to the newsletter. We can host events and promote them to the members of Sage Circle Alliance. What's your wheelhouse there?
Yeah, so it's not just a group where you pay membership to, and you're a member there. This is really an interactive group. You are welcome and encouraged to join one of our teams. Come to the meetings, the Zoom meetings, give opinions of where you'd like to see things go. Promote your books, promote your courses, your paid courses. You have the opportunity to promote your events and everything
Mm-hmm.
that you're selling there. You're encouraged to get together with other members and collaborate on things together. If you need a service, and if somebody needs your service, you would come to SCA first to see if somebody's offering the help that you need, or if you need a marketer, or if you need a business accountant, or whatever it is. There may be that person in SCA that would be there to help you.
It's interesting because more and more what I'm finding is that people that subscribe to a very ethical vegan lifestyle and they have a vegan business where, whether it be a nutritionist, they have a food product that they've created. We interviewed for our podcast, Belin and I, the Mad Cookie Man, and he's out at Ray Ortega. He's out of Sacramento. The guy is hysterical, and he has vegan cookies, and he started making vegan cookies 25 years ago. And it's so interesting because, like you said, you can find virtually any type of food that is designed for carnivores that has a vegan bent to it. And I want to remind people to check out Sage Circle Alliance. That's sagecirclealliance.org, sagecirclealliance.org. And it's streaming on the bottom of the screen here. But what I find is a lot of people are preferring to do business with those who understand the vegan philosophy. For example, V-Lynn and I were marketers and we're strategists, and we have people that will work with us because they know that we understand what their business is about and the whole philosophy behind the business. But what I love about Sage Circle Alliance, the caliber of people who are members and are joining, we have volunteer levels, we have founding member levels, we have organizational levels, we have nonprofits. So there's pretty much something for everybody, and the benefits to membership are pretty amazing. But I love the collaborative relationships that people are building. And what I like as a speaker, I like that there's a speakers bureau. There's basically a section on the website where if you're looking for a speaker for a VegFest, for example, there are those of us who have put our profile up to say, we're available. And so let's say that I live on the West Coast, I'm in Oregon, and there's a VegFest in Portland. I could post that I'm available to be a speaker at a VegFest in Portland. Or maybe it's a company that's looking for people to talk about nutrition because they want a healthier work staff. And they can go on to the Sage Circle Alliance and they can look and find speakers that could come into their company and actually do training. And some of it we do pro bono, other things we do for a fee because that's what we do in our business. And so we've got the Speakers Bureau, we've got books. And now you've got a book, don't you? One or two?
I do have a book. It's called, let's see, this is my beat up copy here, The Plan A Diet.
Tell us about the Plan A diet.
When we hear something is our plan A, that's usually our first and most beneficial choice, right? What's our plan A? We don't want to go to plan B unless we have to.
Right.
So
right.
There's 6 reasons why it's called plan A, but that's a big one. Plus it's a book that combines today's independent research with biblical principles to show how the two correlate and actually do not contradict. So plant-based eating was God's plan A diet for us too. So that's another reason why it's called that.
Let's talk about that for a minute, because it's interesting about how a lot of times people profess to be subscribe to a certain religion or spiritual practices. And to me, the most spiritual thing that we can do is to not consume animals. That's my opinion. I have opinion bias on that. But truly, if you think about it, when you think of the energy of food that goes into your body, if you're putting pain, suffering, and death into your body, it's got to go somewhere. And it usually comes out in emotions. It comes out in anger. It comes out in depression. And you can look at the state of the world today, and one has to wonder, why is there so much anger, violence, and suffering and depression? If you track what people eat, there's a direct correlation. Am I right or am I wrong on that?
You're right. In fact, that was the article I put in my blog this week, Diet and Depression. Is there a link? There absolutely is a big link between food and mood.
Let's dig into that. Tell us about your blog post. Where can people find you? Let's share your website.
Yeah, it's cidnotter.com. There's my
Okay.
name there, CYDNOTTER.com. So if you want to receive my weekly newsletter with articles and recipes and so forth, you can sign up there. There's a free 10 dessert smoothies. If you sign up for that, you'll get onto my mailer. But the goal of the mailer is just to educate and help people. And I'll be talking about SCA in the newsletter as well, and upcoming events. But we always focus on a topic of interest, a recipe of the week, a joke of the week, because I do feel the world needs more humor than we need to laugh. We need to laugh
Absolutely.
more than we do. And so I include that as well. And I just did a course with 23 speakers, developed a course with 23 other speakers called Food, Faith, and Fulfilling Your Purpose. And that's a free course with Dr. Anthony Lim, Shane Martin, eatplantbased.com. A lot of people that you are probably familiar with
Hmm.
took part in that course. So that was my latest project, which completed in March. And so
That's
now
not a
that
small undertaking. That's 23 speakers, did you say?
plus me was 24 because I did
That's
a presentation
incredible.
too.
That's
Yeah.
incredible. And so what's the whole premise of the summit? The healthy eating or obviously plant-based eating?
Yeah, it's for people that want to incorporate their spiritual beliefs more into their daily habits with routines and lifestyle. So we want to combine our lifestyle with our spiritual beliefs. And Dr. Lim did an excellent presentation. His presentation was called "An Undivided Life." Like everything, we divide our lives into compartments a lot of times
Hmm.
when we shouldn't. And so it's how to incorporate faith more into your journey and how to
Okay.
benefit from that as well.
Well, it's kind of what came first, the chicken or the egg, and what came first, eating for faith or eating to prevent depression? Let's talk about that because I think that's an important topic, especially in light with younger people. I mean, I just think that younger people and Gen Xers and Gen Zs and all that. We just interviewed a young man for our podcast show who is a Gen Xer, and we actually, for the YouTube thumbnail, it was Gen X intersects with Gen V for vegan. And a lot of younger people are realizing that there is benefit to becoming vegan for the animals, for the environment, and not so much for their health at this point, although some are waking up to that fact. But what's the correlation between what we eat and depression, and how can people identify if their foods are really impacting their emotions?
Yeah, well, there's properties in meat and dairy that, we're just not designed to eat all of that. It affects your gut microbiome, and that in turn affects your whole system, including things going on in your brain and your serotonin, all of those levels.
Hmm.
So in my blog article, I give references. Forks Over Knives has a really good article on that, 9 reasons why diet and depression are linked. And that would be a good place to look as well. I can't really recall all of them off the top of my head right now, but
Okay.
it's physical. It's a physical thing. It starts in your gut microbiome. And our good gut bacteria thrives on fiber, and fiber is only found in plant foods. The pathogenic gut bacteria love meat and dairy. So those good gut bacteria are being fed with all the animal products and the junk food and the processed food. And from there, it just has an effect on your entire system, including your brain.
Right, right. Well, I think it would be interesting for people to actually track what they eat and then notice, right after they eat, how do they feel? Right after, 30 minutes later, an hour later. And I know that when I'm not on the straight and narrow and not eating a really clean, whole food, plant-based diet, free of no added salt, oil, and sugar, I really do feel the effects of that, even as a vegan, plant-based eater. Let's say that I bring my two boyfriends Ben and Jerry home, and they've got a nice non-dairy ice cream. Well, if I eat that, I'm one of those that I don't eat just a small serving. I'll eat the whole container, and within a half hour I'm zonked out on the couch, and it's like, whoa, why am I doing this to myself? And I think it's important for people to really identify what they do that sabotages their well-being, their mental and emotional well-being, their physical well-being, and especially their spiritual well-being. So in the summit that you did, let's talk about the connection between what we consume and faith. And you said it's based on biblical practices and biblical teachings.
Yeah, so general concepts like you're going to reap what you sow. In other words, whatever you plant is what you're going to harvest.
Hmm.
That applies to our choices. Whatever choices we make are going to have corresponding consequences at some point. That's the whole principle of reaping and sowing. It's all about our choices. And so think about that when it comes to food. If we're going to sow the seeds of an unhealthy diet, we're going to reap illness and ill health and maybe even premature death. But if we're sowing the seeds of a whole food, plant-based, no added oil diet, we're going to reap the lowest risk of disease, energy, clearer thinking, no brain fog, all the benefits of that. So that's just one principle that's pointed out in the book. Another one is scripture says, don't become so well adjusted to your culture that you fit into it without even thinking. Well, isn't that what we do with food so often, right? We're surrounded by buckets of chicken and candy everywhere we go and fast food. And so I think that most Americans have just adapted to the culture without even thinking about it. This is
Right.
just how they eat.
Right. And I think that advertising has a lot to do with that also, that unhealthy has become normalized, which is really sad because you can look at commercials from 20, 30 years ago compared to what we have now. One is 20 or 30 years ago, we did not have the number of prescription drug advertisements that we have today. I would say on any given day, it's probably 60 to 80% of the ads are for a prescription drug, and convincing people that they have these diseases that maybe they don't. But the mind is so powerful that if we see something enough, we start believing it. And we start believing that having type 2 diabetes, the normal way to take care of that is to take a drug to fix it, rather than getting to the root of the problem and saying, well, maybe we need to change the way we're eating and our relationship with food, the environment, and the animals. And it's so amazing because there are people who say, oh, you're trying to push your lifestyle on us. You're trying to force us to become vegan and plant-based. And it's like, we're trying to present information that will give you a better quality of life. Because when I go to the grocery store, I have to say, I have a great time at the grocery store because I love talking with strangers and especially elderly people. And I'm in the elderly class, which is kind of blows me away. I'm of an age where I am considered elderly, but I'm talking really elderly people, like in their 80s and 90s, and those that maybe they just need some help at the grocery store to grab something. And I love to engage in conversations with them. But on the flip side, I get kind of bummed out when I look at people and I look at what's in their cart and I look at the state of their health, because it's pretty evident when you look at somebody, you can tell if they're healthy or not. And especially children. It's like, give children a fair chance, because the amount of obesity with children, the amount of disease with children, it's just, they don't have a fair shake at life. And I remember when we were growing up, we're pretty much of the same era. And when we grew up, we used to have physical education, PE, at school, where you'd have to bring your little gym outfits and you'd have to take them home once a week, and you had your little locker and all that. And we were always active. And now, with the foods provided in schools that are subsidized by food manufacturers and the government, that are unhealthy, with the lack of exercise, with the lack of art classes, music classes, all the creatives, it's like, we've got to do something. So that's, I'm going to go again back to Sage Circle Alliance, because I know that you're going to be leaving pretty soon. You said that you had another appointment. You can stick around if you want to. I mean, I'll be here all by myself being a talking head. It's like, which I love doing that. But I just, when I go to the grocery store, I do observe people, and I just wish that people had more information that was accurate information on the food choices that they are providing to their family, what it's doing to their family. Is it healthy foods, or is it food that is going to cause disease at an early age?
Yeah. So right now I'm working on a big label reading course, because even with the people that are vegan, I want them to be able to look at a label and see at a glance, is this a junk food or is this something I should actually consume?
Right.
Because there's a lot of vegan junk food on the market, lots. In fact, I spent the weekend taking pictures at the store of various products and their labels.
What are some of the unhealthy vegan foods? Let's talk about that. What would you say if they're eating processed vegan foods? What are some that would be really wise to let go of and not put in your diet? And then let's talk about the gateway foods. And again, whenever you have to leave, I get that, but if you want to stick around, I would value having this conversation about food labels on vegan foods.
Yeah, well, it's everything, Kathleen. They're from crackers to cereal to soups to junk food chips and cookies, ice cream, the soya ice cream and all of that, and the cheeses and all that. Those foods are technically vegan, but if you look at the labels, and I teach people how to compute the percentage of fat, because I think the labels changed in 2021, I think was the last label change, where they used to show the calories and then the calories from fat. They don't show that anymore. You have to know how to
Really?
compute
Oh,
the
wow.
calories from fat. Some labels might, but it's few and far between. How much sugar is in a product? So if you see 10 grams of sugar, there's 4 grams in a teaspoon. So 10 grams is 2.5 teaspoons of sugar in whatever you're about to eat. So, ways to think about what you're actually consuming when it comes to fats, oils, sugars, and sodium, and then general tips about, is it filled with chemicals? I mean, you can just look, is it an enriched product or is it a whole grain? If you see a loaf of wheat bread, it might not be whole wheat bread. It might be an enriched flour, but people, they use brown dye to make the bread look brown. So you think it's,
Oh
so
my gosh. Oh
yeah.
my gosh. That's now, are you writing a book about that? You're creating a course about that?
Yeah, I'm
What?
creating a course about it.
Okay.
I do have a little course already developed, but it's not, I want to go way far more in depth with it.
Right, right. Now, when's that coming out?
I don't know exactly. I'm just now taking my pictures because I don't want to take pictures from online. I want to have my own pictures for
Right.
safety reasons, copyright issues, and all that.
Absolutely.
So I've got my outline laid out. Now it's just a matter of getting all my photos in and all my verbiage and recording it because it'll be a
When the program comes out, let us know, because definitely VLIN and I would love to have you on our podcast, the Veganpreneur Revolution Show. And then I know with Sage Circle Alliance, doing a live stream around it would be a great idea. I mean, there's all sorts of support to get that information out. So do let us know, because that whole thing with the confusion on labeling, and also to look at, I know with labels, they can put the numbers and all the percentages, but then you look above and it's like per serving, and then you might find there's 5 servings in a small container, and so somebody eats the whole container. Well, they're getting 5 times what they're reading
Yeah.
on the label. So
Right.
definitely let us know when that comes out. And this whole thing of fat, I was listening to Dr. Greger on my walk, and with Dr. Greger, he was talking about chickens a few years ago. And I see that we have Karen Ranzi here. I'm going to bring her on. Hey, Karen Ranzi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? I tried the link several times and I needed to just copy it and put it in my
No worry, no worry. We're live right now, so everything you're saying is being heard out in the land of internet. But we were just talking about reading labels and all that, and I was sharing that I went on a walk this morning listening to Dr. Greger, and it was the How Not to Diet YouTube video, that one of his videos, and he was talking about chickens like 20, 25 years ago. They had about 2% fat.
Mm-hmm.
Today, it's 20%. And it's because of all the steroids, the antibiotics, just the junk that they put in chickens to make them grow faster. So, it's really important that we know what we're putting in our body, because this is our temple and we need to take care of it. So, Cid,
Yeah.
I don't know if you're sticking around, or I don't know. And if
I'm going to go. I've got an appointment that I'm going to go to. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kathleen.
My pleasure. My pleasure. We'll see you later. And
okay.
have a conversation with Karen.
Nice to see you, Cid.
Likewise.
Karen, how are you?
I'm doing great. Doing great.
Good to see you. And now, where are you located?
I'm in 2 places. I am in New Jersey. That's been my home for many years, but I have my grandchildren, my daughter and my grandchildren, out in Durango, Colorado, which I love. And we've been helping because we have a new one, a new little 3-week-old. So going back and forth a lot.
Nice.
Yeah. And I love being in a town that's far from a city.
I live in a very rural community. We don't even have a stoplight in town, and we're
Wow.
about 10 miles from Eugene, Oregon. And I absolutely love it because I can get away from the hustle and bustle. And, as I was sharing with Cid, when I go to the grocery store, I do go into either Springfield or Eugene. And it always shocks me how many people there are. I went to the store the other day, and it was right around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's rush hour traffic. It's bumper to bumper. So now, just so that people have a point of reference, Karen, what is it you do in your business, and what is your reason for joining Sage Circle Alliance? So let's start with what you do in your business.
Well, one of my main reasons is that it is my mission to promote the vegan message. I have many experiences of health and healing, and I've been coaching as a vegan and raw food lifestyle coach since 1998. I have thousands of stories, success stories, many of them up on my websites, feelfabulouswithfood.com
Okay.
and superhealthychildren.com, where I promote healthy vegan families. And I also started a vegan coach certification course back in 2015, where people can join me and learn everything that I did to get out there and create all those wonderful success stories of people healing, women with hormonal issues. And I've worked with many people with autoimmune conditions and chronic illnesses. And certainly many families. I was a speech pathologist for 43 years, just retired from that position a couple of years ago. And through that position, I also, for 20 of those years, I worked with children with autism. And there was a lot of overlap of my two careers. And many people come to me with children with autism, wanting to make changes to see if plant-based and raw food nutrition can be helpful to their child. And it always is.
And that's fascinating. I definitely want to dig into that a little bit more. And what were your reasons for going vegan and plant-based and raw food plant-based?
Well, my inspiration was my father and my grandmother, because back in 1921, my grandmother had asthma and emphysema, and she was hospitalized. The emphysema was so serious that they felt that she could pass any time within the next couple of months. And my grandmother, unlike most people who are not willing to change their diet even when they're ill, my grandmother had an extra motivation in that she was a single mom, and my father was only 4 years old at that time. And so she was very motivated to do anything, and she just didn't really know what to do. And then a relative came to visit her in the hospital with this little paperback book called The Mucusless Diet Healing System. It came out in 1918, and it was a book about going plant-based and high raw.
Interesting.
Didn't even use the word raw, just used fresh fruits and vegetables.
Right.
They didn't have the words vegan back then. They didn't have the word raw back then. My grandmother wrote poems about it, and she called it natural food, eating natural food.
Your grandma was right. And, with what you said about, a lot of people just refuse to start eating healthy, even when they have health issues. I have a friend who he's probably 75. He just had open heart surgery. He's type 2 diabetic. They almost were going to amputate one of his feet. He's going blind, and he drinks Coca-Cola like it's going out of
Oh my goodness.
he just eats a lot of garbage stuff. And for the last 3 or 4 years, we've been having many conversations, and usually we have conversations when I'm out on a walk enjoying my health and, just had a smoothie or whatever. And he'll ask me, he goes, what can I do? And after quite a few conversations, I finally said, I'm not going to have this conversation with you anymore because I've already told you, and you obviously are choosing to eat this way. I said, the answer. I even sent him Dr. Furman's book, Eat to Live. I sent him some books, and it was like, I don't want to keep telling you what I know if you're not going to do anything with it. So I just kind of gave up on that. And recently we were having a conversation, and he goes, so how are you doing? I said, oh, I'm doing great. Just went on a run. And he said, so your health is good? And I said, no, I'm going to stop you there. My health is great. I'm not going to, it's amazing how people will try to shift your view of what's healthy and what's not healthy. But I want to talk about the kids, and we actually have Meryl here. I'm going to bring Meryl on the stage because talk about kids. She's an expert at that, bringing information into the childhood.
Hi, Meryl.
How are you, Meryl? Can you hear us?
Hello, I am at the
Hello, you are
airport,
kind
so
of
there is
frozen.
lots of background noise and not my usual background
Not
in general. But hello,
we were
everybody.
just gonna, for people who don't know
Can you
who
hear
Meryl
me?
is, which is impossible if you're watching this live stream. Meryl Fury is one of the co-founders of Sage Circle Alliance, and she is frozen right now. I don't know if you know that, Meryl, but you are frozen, and kind of an interesting look, but but we want to talk about, I want to talk about kids, because as I was sharing with Cid, when I go to the grocery store, it pains me to see the children, how unhealthy.
It's so painful what's going on.
And that parents are doing the best they can in many cases. I don't want to put the blame on parents, because parents are being given misinformation. So let's talk about do you have, either of you have stats on the amount of the percentage of obesity and overweightness in children, the onset of adult diseases that now children are being afflicted with? What's some of that conversation that you can share?
I have a lot of information on the rates that are soaring, like because of my big interest in attention deficit and autism.
Mm-hmm.
Back, I've been a speech and language pathologist for 43 years. And 40 years ago, I rarely saw a child with the symptoms of autism. Autism back then was 1 in 10,000 children. Right now, in my state of New Jersey, autism is 1 in 32 children. And I know that there's this view of autism, like that we should celebrate it because it's it's on the neurotypical spectrum. But parents want help with their kids with autism. I worked with kids who were wearing helmets. They were banging their heads all day. Those parents were not celebrating their child's autism.
Right.
So, there are people who are celebrating their autism, but I do want to say most of those people are, they're functioning much better than some of the kids that I saw. So
Right.
I am out there to help these people, and they do want that help. And the statistics are out there that like autism right now is soaring, and there's many, many reasons for it.
Well, let's talk about those reasons. And I definitely want to focus on diet, because I think that this is something that we need to shout it from the mountaintops. We need to, it's like when people say, oh, don't push that vegan stuff on me. It's like, you know what? You need to know what the truth is, because the food manufacturers have lied to you. Big Pharma has lied to you. Healthcare has lied to you. The politicians, let's not go there. I mean, just crazy what's going on in politics.
And it's not only affecting the children with autism, it's affecting all of us. So we
Type
can't
3
just ignore
diabetes.
it and let this epidemic continue to soar.
Absolutely. So what is the connection between food and autism, and is the rise in autism a direct result of the chemicals in our food, in the steroids and the antibiotics that go into the meat? That's kind of a leading question, but I do know the answer. I would love for you to share from your expert position what the answer is.
So I wrote a book that came out in 2021 called Heal and Prevent Autism, Natural Solutions That Work.
Mm-hmm.
And I focused on the causes and then I focused on the solutions. So the causes that I have researched and have seen with many of the clients who I've worked over the years, from what the parents were telling me, was that food is definitely a big one. So we're talking about glyphosate, Roundup, which is being sprayed on a lot of the foods now. Our bodies aren't used to taking this kind of chemical.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly children cannot metabolize this. What are they supposed to do with it? And it's one of the big things. There's a head researcher at MIT, Stephanie Seneff, who's been studying glyphosate for years, and she talks about the direct link to autism. There's also all of the pesticides that are being sprayed on the foods and all of the heavy metals that children are taking in. There are doctors who are talking about aluminum and mercury in fish. I had one mom who came to me because her first child was with autism, and she believed very much it was her consumption of fish during pregnancy. And she did a lot of research on it after her child was diagnosed with autism. And she didn't eat any fish the second and the third pregnancy. No autism in those kids. There was no way that it could be linked genetically. There was nobody ever in her family who was diagnosed with autism, only this first boy. And she was, and still is, quite sure that it was all the mercury in the fish. So I just really put out a warning to people that please, during your pregnancy and anytime,
Right.
fish is not a food that you want to eat. I know that there's a lot of talk about omega-3s in fish, and so people think that they need it. And the protein in fish, get your protein in plant foods. Get
Right.
omega-3 to 6 ratio, really nice in plant foods.
So this sounds all very great, but it's confusing to a lot of people. So how do we simplify it, Karen? Because it's like when I first started eating this way, it was like there was a lot of just really confusing information. How can we basically dummy it down, simplify it so that people could actually start feeding their children a healthier diet and not have to worry about the ratios and all that? Because from what I understand, flaxseed oil, flax seeds, chia seeds, and
walnuts, hemp
walnuts,
seeds.
and all that. So simplify it for me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that especially in the US, this protein craze has been going on for way too long. You get plenty of protein in plant foods. I just did some sprouting of mung beans and chickpeas, and I had a get together this week and had 20 people over, some of them not even vegetarians, and eating all of these wonderful foods and realizing when we had a discussion about it that plant foods have plenty of protein. So that's the first thing, is not getting into a craze about this whole thing and just realizing that plant foods are where the nutrition is. And it's at a much lower, like animal foods are in a place where we know these days that animals are being given a lot of antibiotics, and just even with the animals that are grass fed. I know I get people who come to me and they say, oh, but I eat grass fed.
Right.
Those animals end up in the same slaughterhouse.
They do. They have all those toxins in their body. They have the adrenaline in their body.
That's
the fear,
right.
the suffer. I mean, they know when they're going to slaughter.
You're taking in the fear of that animal. You're taking in the soul of that animal. It's such a negative karma. So
Absolutely.
there's so many reasons that we need to stay away from animal food. But there's many other reasons that are as important
Right.
as the food. You have to look at, like, if you're injected with anything, is there heavy metals?
Mhm,
Are you
mhm,
injecting with heavy metals? If
mhm.
you've got mercury, if you've got aluminum in there, if you've got cadmium, arsenic, we have to look at all of these things. They start to accumulate. And what happens is they go to the gut and then they start to circulate.
Right.
And then they go up to the brain and they end up in this midline in between the left and the right hemispheres.
Mhm.
And somewhere in the teenage years, in the later teenage years, it is researched and studied. There's been scientists who have been studying this, and the left and the right hemispheres, they lock, they
Interesting.
close.
Interesting.
And all of those heavy metals, hard to get rid of them at that point. However, I am optimistic because I have worked with some adults who have still been able to heal from some of these really difficult symptoms of autism, like, all the sensory integration issues. I worked with one woman who just was under a table growing up. She could not take sounds, and she just always had her hands over her ears, and she could not
Wow.
communicate. And all of the speech and the language problems that these kids have, many of them are brilliant, 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 intelligent people.
Mhm.
But because of food, because of heavy metals, pesticides, I believe,
Okay.
they have been
Let-
damaged.
Let's put a pin in that for just a second, because I want to ask a question of, why do people refuse to hear this information? Because you're so well researched and so well educated on this, as many of us in Sage Circle Alliance are, because it's our life. It's like once we kind of cross that invisible line, it's like there's no going back. It's like, oh
That's
my
right.
God. And we go further and further and further into it. And what can we do to educate the general public? Because it's scary when you think of it, that more every day people are getting sick, more every day, type 3 diabetes now, that's dementia and Alzheimer's, and
That's
and
right.
and it's more prevalent than ever before. It's frightening. It's
It is
frightening.
frightening.
When I go to the grocery store and I see somebody with their legs that are just so swollen, and they've got, their red legs, and they've got type 2 diabetes, and they're probably going to lose their legs pretty soon. It's like, how do we educate people? What's
Yeah.
the answer, Karen?
Well, I go out and I educate. I've done many talks and I bring up the statistics. People are shocked, but sometimes it takes hearing those things to wake up. There are many people who don't come, who don't want to hear it.
Right.
Sometimes it takes really hitting rock bottom. And I've had people come to me when they've hit rock bottom,
Mm-hmm.
and they
Describe rock bottom. What does that mean? Because, it's like in recovery with alcohol and drugs.
Yeah. So like
there are,
what you're talking about here, like you talked about somebody who you see at the store, it's like so inflamed, and it's not unknown anymore. It's common.
Mhm.
It's common where somebody is carrying so much weight, you're wondering how are they even getting around?
Right.
And so I had, for example, this is an example of somebody who hit rock bottom. This woman had a very responsible position, and she was scared that she would not have work anymore because she couldn't function.
Mm.
And her ankles were all swollen. Her legs were totally inflamed. Her joints, she was having really a hard time and in a lot of pain. And she wasn't sleeping. She had extreme brain fog. She couldn't even focus on people's questions anymore. She was scared.
Right.
She had really hit rock bottom. She needed to lose like 60 pounds in order
Mhm.
to just get to a place where she could function.
Mhm.
And she tried diets because she didn't want to go to a plant-based diet. She and her husband love meat, and she eats animal food like 3 times a day.
Mhm.
And she wasn't interested in changing her diet. Now, even when she found me, she saw me online, and she said, and she also saw that I was in her area, which was really unusual. So only about 25 minutes away.
Mhm.
And she wanted to come, especially because she could see me locally.
Right.
So she came to see me. This is going back a couple of years ago now. She came to see me and she even told me, my plan is not to go vegan. I don't even want to go vegetarian. I just want to get healthy. Can you take me to a place? Now, years ago, when I started coaching, I might not have even worked with her. Because I wanted somebody who was motivated to go to plant foods 100%. But I felt like if I could take her even a number of days to a whole foods, plant-based, low-fat lifestyle, I could get her results and get her motivated to go more to plants. And that's what we did. I took her in steps. We worked for 2 months together, every week, a full hour, and she had access to me when she was having food cravings. So during the week, when she felt like she was going to eat something that she wasn't supposed to eat that day, I didn't have her on a complete vegan or vegetarian plan, but it was very high in plant foods, very high in raw foods. And she made a tremendous amount of progress. In like 2 months, she lost close to 40 pounds, made a big difference for her. Her swelling was coming down. She was sleeping better. She was thinking better. She did an amazing testimonial about it.
Awesome.
And at the end, she was 5 days of the week, plant foods. I don't even like to say plant-based. Because that can mean many things. Plant-based doesn't just mean based in plant foods. It should mean eating all plant foods. So I personally do like to use the word vegan. Because it really spells out what it is that we're looking for.
And speaking of vegans, we have a couple of plant-based. I don't know how they identify themselves, but I see that we've got actually 3 people that I'm going to bring on the stage right now. And Karen, definitely stick around because you've got a wealth of information. But I'm going to start with the man himself, Paul Chatlin. How are you, Paul?
Hi, Paul.
Hello, Karen. Hello, Kathleen. And hello, Rachel. And hello.
Okay, I'm going to bring Rachel on. There's hey, Rachel. How's Los Gatos?
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
I hear it's beautiful out there. And then we're going to bring
feeling like summer.
All right. And then we've got Matthew here. How are you, Matthew? Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Nice to meet everyone. I was just listening to what Karen was saying, and think of how much this woman had to go through before she was even willing to try. I mean, how many miles do you have to run before you're exhausted? I mean, what a thing.
That's why we were saying hitting rock bottom sometimes is what brings someone to actually open their mind to look at it.
You know, and the definition of rock bottom is when you stop digging in the ground. And, you know, because I've been sober for 40 years and it took whatever it took to get me into recovery and, you know, giving up alcohol and drugs. And, you know, people say, well, why did it take you so long? And it takes what it takes, because I was out on the streets and I was, you know, I look at homeless people today, or unhoused people as the term is. And I look at unhoused people who are addicted to drugs and alcohol and I go, but for the grace of God, there go I. And that's what I have to remember about eating too, is that, but for the grace of God, because I was given the information and I received it. And with that, I'm going to give the show over to the man himself, Paul, and I'm going to make my exit and say, thank you, Karen, for all you shared, and great to see you, Rachel, and Matthew, great to see you. And I will leave it in good hands now. Take care.
Great to see you, Kathleen.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kathleen. Great talking to you.
Okay, so let's be true here. I didn't know I was, you know, they call me the man. I am but a guy. And I didn't know I was running the show today. But this is when, you know, you're confronted with something and you go through it. So first, allow me to say that, Matthew, my son, I loved what you said. And you make me so proud. So thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dad.
So today, Karen and Rachel, and everybody else is listening, if you could indulge me for a few minutes with my son, I'd just like to have this father and son moment. I was out yesterday and I went to golfing, which is a rarity because I'm busy. And the guy who's the guy I see every year at the same course, He's around my age. And we were kind of lamenting, saying, you know, from the moment I became a father, all I cared about was knowing when I became an older man that my kids, my sons, I have 3 sons, were okay. Like they were good. That was my job. I took it as serious as I'm taking the SCA. And it's like, you know, so today you guys get to hear a couple questions I've been wanting to ask my son live forever. And then we'll get Karen. I caught like half the tail end of that story, and I want to talk about that. And Rachael Brown, you are a beauty, and I can't wait to get into some of your stuff too, because I like asking questions. Okay, so Matt Chatlin, how are you today?
It's a sunny day here in Ann Arbor. All right.
So you know, it's interesting. You guys kind of, I'm going to start rolling into this. The question is, do you like to use the word vegan or plant-based? Now, just so you know, I have been plant-based, but I've looked for a reason to be called vegan plant-based. And the SCA has given me that opportunity because of my true love of animals and my concern about the planet. So I'm not sure what the, you know, like what we should be called, what we should, you know what, I just want to be called healthy. Hey, this guy, he's 66, he's healthy. Winner, you know, I'm happy. All right. So Matthew, please share, if you would, with Rachael and Karen, all the listeners, like, you know, what your life was like as you kind of made that determination that you were going to go, well, you just use the word vegan. Give me that process. What happened? What was that defining moment when you said, that's it, this is how I'm going to run my life?
Well, thanks, Dad, for that great intro. You know, a lot of kids don't have dads that start organizations for plant-based eating. So I think having that kind of unique setup gave me access to a bunch of doctors. And this is over a decade ago now. And being able to kind of get the research presented directly to me and the entire audience, you know, you're presented with questions, whether or not you want to indulge those questions. You know, I think Karen was saying most people don't, and I would totally agree with that. But the question I asked myself, which is, Matt, what's the healthiest diet you could eat? And I think if we go down that track, a lot of people might come up with different answers, but you saw huge statistical improvements when you stuck to a vegan diet. Now, these were self-identifying surveys. So imagine if you're someone who says, yes, I'm a vegan, the range of outcomes of what that person is actually eating is so great. So I knew if I could do better than what a self-identifying person would do, then my outcomes, you know, would be pretty great. Now that was over a decade ago. I haven't eaten an animal since. You know, that's the way I love referring to it, which is I don't eat animals. And I also don't eat oil and other things that would qualify for vegan or plant-based. You know, calling me that while we're ordering and stuff, like, I don't care what people call me, but they don't like saying it out loud, and they don't like eating with someone that has those labels. So, you know, playing in that world is always what all of us now have to kind of adjust to. I don't really care what people call me. Like my dad said, I like knowing that I'm eating healthy. I like knowing my contributions, whether no one notices them, I notice them. And that's really what matters to me. So I think that went through kind of, Dad, a little bit of your questions and hopefully a little more.
All right, one more follow-up, and then everybody, Meryl Fury has joined us, and she was the one to run the meeting today. But I got you, boo. We're rolling. Okay, I got you. Okay. My other question is, just because being plant-based and going through what I've gone through over the last 10 years. You know, it's funny. I eat a lot of kale, and every time I eat kale, it kind of sticks in my throat. You know, hey, oh well, you know, we'll drink of water.
Yeah.
It's better than something sticking in your arteries after you eat it. So,
Ooh,
solid choice.
Yeah, it's a good plant-based joke.
Bam. All right. So Matt, I have one other question. Mm-hmm. Matt, share with everybody what was being a son of Paul Chatlin? Give me a memory the first memory that crosses your mind about dealing with me.
Well, how do I want to start that? That's a great question, Dad. I think what I would answer it in a way is that everyone that knows you, if they don't know already, they should know how relevant competition is for you, and how competition was something that, was ingrained in me as a kid playing a ton of sports. And, in that way, we don't raise wimps in our family. And I think that's what's given you kind of the ability to stick to what you've had to stick to over these years, giving me the same strength to stick to what I want to stick to. So I would say, yeah, there's kind of the ability to accept the challenges, not wimp out about it, and do what you got to do. And so compliment to you for that. And yeah.
Okay. So now, hey, Rachel and Karen and Meryl, me and Matt are on the side. Now I'm whispering in your ear. Okay. So, because I don't want Matt to hear this, because right now he thinks, hey, I helped him with competitiveness or stick-to-itiveness. So yesterday I was golfing, I mentioned, and I golf with my middle son, Shane. And, as somebody who I love golf. I don't practice and play it enough, but I used to do a lot of those two things before I had heart disease. And when heart disease happened, PBSG happened. When PBSG, the SCA now happened, don't have the time to get better. But yesterday, I had one of those golf moments where it's always a good thing when you start out with a birdie. And I was going into the number 9 hole where I got my first double bogey and shot a 39, which is, the magic is break 80. We make the turn to hole number 10, bogey, then do 4 birdies or 4 pars in a row. And it's like, oh my God, I'm having that moment. I mean, like that moment, because the competitive side is, I'm just golfing so well. I'm so happy. But my son was struggling, my middle son. And it started with his driver. And then on the hole number 11, his irons got affected. So basically he picked up, and because he loves me, he was just carting me while I was golfing out of my mind. We get to hole number 15 and I look at him and I said, let's go home. It's like, what you're having the round of your life. I said, I'm still whispering because I don't want Matt to hear what I did. I went home. I didn't finish the round. I'll never know how I did, because I guess as we get older, we become more humble about the world we live in. And I didn't want to see him hurting and just watching me. He loved me enough to just watch me play, but I didn't need him to suffer watching me play. Now, I will say that if it was Matt, I might make him suffer watching me play. But I just, Matthew, thank you. And I will say that I wish everybody your age, maybe 10 years younger, 10 years older, I wish they would listen to you, because at the end of the day, we talked, Karen, you were talking about it. It's like, at what point do you just say, I want to feel better? And as much as maybe an alcohol or marijuana or cigarette, whatever it is that you need to have, it's like, wow, I wish I could give them that magic wand and just say, you're not going to be addicted for like a month. And in the meantime, we're going to get you onto the healthiest eating plan on the planet. And then we could assess, because there's just so many beautiful changes that will happen. And I just wish the world would give it a try. But enough of that. Meryl Fury, our co-founder, is now joined us. And Meryl, I'm certain you got some things. And then I've got some poignant questions for Karen and Rachel. Aren't you guys lucky? Get ready. All right.
I don't even know if you can hear me. I don't have a whole lot to say. I am in the airport, surrounded by a lot of people, looking at all the happenings in the airport. I'm going to be here for a little while, so I'm going to mostly stay quiet. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. You know what I can do, though, because this is our membership drive, and we are looking for charter members at this point. We're on day 31 of a 31-day marathon doing membership drive for charters. So what I am going to say is that anybody who's watching, anybody who is interested, anybody who has been listening to these conversations over the last 31 days, um, if it strikes a chord with you, if it makes sense to you, if it's something where you are, uh, lit up about helping human health, animal compassion, elevating animal rights, regenerating the planet, working in the environment, any of that, the Safe Circle Alliance is a place for you. We are open and we have open arms and we have open heart for people who are in that space and have that mission. As you may see, and this is for Matthew. I don't know if you've heard this story, but your dad is our CEO, and that is our Chief Empathy Officer. That's because he's the sweetie in the group.
What a group.
I know, right? You gotta wonder if he's the sweet one, what the rest of us like. And I'm the CIO, and that's the Chief Interdependence Officer. Meaning that we just look for everybody to be involved and connected and sharing what's important to them and sharing suggestions and their brilliance and their skills. So if you're somebody who's interested in that and you want to support that mission to make a difference for health and compassion on the planet, you can go to savecirclealliance.org, which is rolling across the bottom of the screen right now. And you can choose a membership level that makes sense to you, that fits you. You go on that homepage, there are buttons, there are places you can click. It says like become a member, join Sage Circle. They say different things. Click the button, choose now we have airport noise behind me. Choose the membership level that makes sense to you and join and get started. Add your voice to this conversation, add your strength to the movement, and that's all I want to add. I will also put this down there now that we're all about health, compassion, and saving the planet. That's all I got for now, and I'm going to go on mute.
Okay.
I wanted to say, Paul, your story about golf, I think was so pertinent and relevant because I think that to me is why all of us are here. We all have experienced the benefits of changing how we eat, changing how we live to a whole food plant-based lifestyle. And it's no longer enough just to experience those ourselves. We want that for everyone. We can see the change that would occur if we were to help others make the same choice. So I think it was a perfect story. And I think that really encompasses why we're linking arms and coming together saying, we want this for more people. We don't want to just enjoy this ourselves. It's not enough to have a great game, a great health outcome ourselves. We want this for everyone we love and the world at large. So
thank you. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, thank you for saying that. So a little thing on Meryl Fury, and she's got it on mute and probably should be just because we can't hear the background noise. But it's as I reflect back, and Matthew knows it better than anybody. Like I'm nonstop working 24/7 on the PBNSG side, and when Meryl said, "Hey, let's do this together," I have a problem with saying no. So I said, "Let's do it. Okay, let's go." I had no idea like it would just suck the life. I mean, I don't want to say it's sucking the life out of me, but it's sucking the life out of me. But in a good way. I'm still here, sunshine, blue skies, blue shirt, so I'm still good. However, I've learned one thing about Meryl Fury that I'm in awe of, which is I thought I was the hardest working person until I met Meryl Fury. And when somebody matches me with all this energy and positivity and work, then, how can I not follow her? How can I not do that? So, all right. So, okay. All this love fest is still there, still surrounding us, but now let's have some fun. I'm going to start with, okay, here's something I did with my kids. So since Matt's here, I must admit that every time I'm with them, our goal is to be as silly as we can, as quick as we can. Okay? That's just how we roll. He's here. Here we go. Now, excuse any words that may be offensive. Here we go. My mother and your mother were hanging up clothes. My mother socked your mother in the nose. What color was the blood? Karen, what color was the blood?
I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to be something different than what blood is.
No, just go with the color.
Red.
Red, R-E-D, and you are not first. Okay, it's you, Karen. All right. I used to pull that game on the kids where I'd just add words to make sure the person I really wanted was the person.
Okay.
All right. So Karen, my first question is, and this is kind of like we're going to have some fun because we're going to learn about Karen. We're going to learn about Rachael, a little bit more about Matt. We know enough about Meryl and Paul for now. Karen, take me back. You're a young Karen, and give me a story about a young Karen. It doesn't have to be anything plant-based related, vegan related, but just tell us something about you that you like, a fond memory, something that still puts a smile on your face years later.
Well, I mean, I did start to tell this story when I was talking to Kathleen, but it is something that has had a profound effect on my entire life and has shaped my mission. And that is that my father and my grandmother were a major inspiration to me in terms of life and eating. And I didn't want to listen. I used to think that they were weirdos. My grandmother in 1921 had been very ill, and she was hospitalized, and she was expected not to live more than a few months. And she read a little book that was given to her while she was in the hospital about going plant-based. I don't even think the word plant-based existed. Vegan certainly didn't exist. Raw food didn't exist. But they went to a whole food way of eating on plants and a lot of fresh raw food. And I remember them eating in front of me, and I didn't want to do it. My mother thought we needed animal protein, like most people do. And I kept watching them. And I just learned a tremendous amount from them. And then they made me smile when I got my health back after over 25 years of cystic acne and IBS. So when I finally went their way, that's when I got my health.
That's beautiful.
And so that definitely changed my life, made me happy, saved one of my children also from asthma and chronic ear infections at 3 years old. And so lots of big things and happy things came out of changing the diet and the lifestyle.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Rachael, for fork's sake. Okay.
And I'm sorry, but I do have to run. I've been on since like 12:30 and I have another appointment. But I'm glad I got a chance to say hello to everybody here. And I'm sorry, Rachael, I know it's going to be fantastic, whatever you have to say.
Hey, by the way, Karen,
good to see you, Karen.
You're leaving means we're doubling up on Rachael, so live with it. Okay? And then,
good.
Hey, Karen, thank you for being part of the SCA and a founding member and our friend. Thank you so much.
I am so excited to spread this plant-based mission with a like-minded group of people who have that same mission. So thank you.
Thank you, sweetie. Have a wonderful day and weekend.
Bye. Bye.
All right, here's our chance now. She's gone. It's all about you, Rachael and Matt.
Oh boy.
All right, Rachael, tell us, like, what was the inspiration you had for the authoring for Fork's Sake, please?
Yeah, 14 years ago now, my 5-year-old nephew was diagnosed with cancer. He grew a mole over Christmas break, and it was cancerous. And his parents were going through a divorce. They'd had a small hobby farm, grew all their own meat. His mom had a huge garden, but they were eating a lot of animal products. She taught me how to pull mozzarella cheese the summer before. So, it was a lot of that. His mom was in nursing school at the time, and she had a professor who asked her if she'd looked at the role of nutrition in cancer. And this professor suggested she read the China study and watch Forks Over Knives. And my sister-in-law called me and said, you have to read this book and you have to watch this documentary. And they changed how they were living overnight. My nephew had surgery. They did Gerson therapy, which, if you know, it's a lot of raw juicing, raw foods. And right after that, they went to whole food, plant-based, no oil eating. So I got the China study and I read the book, and my initial reaction was I was so angry. I could not believe that nobody had ever told me this information. My father had been on cholesterol medication as long as I could remember. He would have to take some different medication because he'd have these weird side effects, like lose his taste or something odd. And in my early 20s, I'd been told I should be on cholesterol medication. And I didn't want to do that, watching what my dad had done. So I would ask, what else can I do? And they would say, doctors would tell me, you know, cut back on cheese, don't add it to your sandwiches, eat a few less eggs, exercise some more. And I've always been a super active person, hiking, cycling, rock climbing, running 6 to 7 days a week. And I was eating healthier than most. You know, my mom was a mostly vegetarian cook. We did eat fish and occasional meat. But so when I found out this information, it was like, light bulb just completely went off. We watched Forks Over Knives. My kids were 6 and 8 at the time. We had 13 chickens. My daughter had a little organic egg business that she sold eggs to our neighbors and stuff. So you know, I found Dr. McDougall online, and you know, I was home raising kids, working part-time. My husband was working full-time. We couldn't go do an in-person thing at McDougall's like they used to do, but they put everything, God bless them, free online. And so I printed off 10 days worth of recipes, and I asked my family, like, should we try this? And we got our blood drawn. They were like, let's give it a go. So we ate whole food, plant-based, no oil. We also cut out coffee, and I don't remember why we did that, which made it a little more painful, but we did. And I couldn't get back in for my second blood draw until day 17. But when I went in to see my doctor, he said, what did you do? Because your cholesterol dropped 50 points in 17 days. And I couldn't do that with medication. So what are you doing? And whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Right. And so it was like good news, bad news at that point, because this was a drastic change. We just kind of wanted to see if it would actually work. And it really worked. So, you know, we spent the next couple of years trying to figure out, we were very, I don't know the right word, militant, I would say. You know, we were very black and white, like this is what we eat, you know, but with young kids going to birthday parties. And, you know, I tell a story about my son going to a birthday party and eating, I can never remember, 6 hot dogs and 12 cookies, or 12 hot dogs and 6 cookies, you know, because we didn't have this stuff at home. So we, you know, learned how to make this a doable way of life for all of us, while maintaining these boundaries of this is what we eat at home. So down the road, COVID hit. I couldn't do the work that I was doing, which was helping people get out of chronic pain using a neurological technique. I'd gone back to school for massage, and it was fantastic work, but I couldn't see clients. And that's when I went back and got my plant-based nutrition certificate from the T. Colin Campbell Center for Nutrition Studies. I did their food system and sustainability certificate. And my family was, you know, my daughter was a senior in high school, son sophomore in high school. They were sitting here doing school at home, right? Early days of COVID. And everybody was tired of hearing about all my facts about, you know, the evils of factory farming, all these things they'd heard for years. And I was like, how can I get this out there? And that's when I decided to write the book. I for years would give away copies of the China study, and people would hand them back to me and go, I'm sorry, I couldn't get through it. It's too much of a read. So I set out to write, and I told Colin Campbell, I hope everybody reads your book. My book is like for the people who won't initially start with that book. So my book is a very easy read. It's designed to be that way. The audiobook's under 4 hours. It's a quick why for the health of the planet, why for the health of ourselves, and then how do you actually do this whole food, plant-based, no oil, vegan way of eating in the world that we live in? How do you do it while going to, you know, meals with associates for work? How do you do it going to school or field trips or going to college, right? So I set out to make an easy guide for people, a jumpstart 10-day program, so they themselves can experience the benefits. And yeah, that's what I've been doing the last year and a half.
Wow, that's amazing. And you know, it's interesting when you were saying that your family members were on cholesterol medication. It's got to be 20, 30 years ago, right? So,
yeah.
it touched a chord with me. Excuse me, I'll get back to the word cord. Yes, Meryl.
We have Anthony Masiello in the waiting room. Can I let him in?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. So I'll get back to the word cord. We have another superstar, a friend, and Anthony, can you kind of like tell everybody who you are and what makes you so handsome?
Oh, you're muted.
Oh, you got to do it twice.
Thank you. I said I just want to sit here and continue listening to Rachel, because I love what she's doing, sharing her personal experience. And also, I love your book, Rachel, and that practical kind of hands-on approach that makes it just so easy for people to just, well, I don't pretend to think it's easy to get started, but it makes it very practical on steps to take. So I love it. So I'm happy if you guys go back to Cord and I can hang out, and then I can come back in when you guys are are ready.
We want you here for as long as you'll give us. You know.
Yeah,
and,
we're here.
I just got a problem that I'm inquisitive and ask a lot of questions.
Well, can I just say, Anthony, I was on a call an hour ago with a major financial institution, and I told them they needed to look up Love Life telehealth. They're making some changes internally. So anyway, hopefully something happens there. Yeah.
And that's what we're all doing, right? That's what I love about the Sage Circle Alliance. That's what I love what Meryl and Paul are doing, and what each of us are doing individually. It all kind of meshes together, and we're going to make a big difference, huge difference.
Well, let's try this one. Now I'm going to put that cord on the sidelines, but just think about this whole setup. It's so cool now. So we've got love.life, and Anthony, we're going to get into that in a moment.
Sure.
But here are all these doctors doing lifestyle medicine all over the country for anybody who wants it, and somebody goes to see them. And so what happens then is they give them all the expertise in so many different issues that you may have. Whatever your health issues are, Love.life will hold your hand and has the answer to help you get better, period. Okay, there's no gray area, period. But the coolest thing is now, because of the Sage Circle Alliance, they also include, listen, when I say goodbye to you today and we re-up next week, 2 weeks, a month, 3 months, 6 months, I want to give you this little piece of information. Become a member of the Plant-Based Nutrition Support Group, because you need support. You absolutely need support along the way, because, you know, here are really four superstars in the plant-based, made their life changes, and we'll get into that. But it's tough. It is tough, and you need support. And sometimes I think to myself, maybe I'm glad I talk so much, because at least I'm not thinking of food or the things I enjoy, because that stuff sticks with you forever. All right, going back to the word cord. This is for Rachel. Then we'll get into Matt Chatlin, then Anthony. All right, so the cord part was, you know, you saw in your family what high cholesterol did to the people that you love. And what's interesting to me is, in my very late 20s, my cholesterol was 347. I know there's a moment where everyone goes, oh my God. And just the backstory of that is, my 2 jobs prior to getting into what I've done the rest of my life was I worked for Land O'Lakes Butter Company. So every Friday I'd bring home 5 pounds of cheddar. They'd be gone, okay, because it tasted good. And then I got a job at Stouffer Food Company, and I didn't buy dinners for a year. Okay, because I thought, hey, if I keep working out, I'm cool. I'm good. You know, I was in my late 20s, early 30s. I'm good. So now the doctors put me on cholesterol medication. And back then they had 3 choices: Zocor, Lipitor, and Pravastatin. That was it. That's all they had. And I was that lucky guy who, after getting onto Zocor, after like 2, 3, 4 days, I couldn't walk. I got the side effects. Muscle enzymes were so high that they took me into a MS clinic, because they were worried something was really going bad, like really going bad. All I did is get off the medication. 3 days later, I'm back being me. I love it. Now they put me on Lipitor. Everyone knows about Lipitor. 7 months later, same thing. They get me off of that. And here's the hook. Then the doctor says, well, we'll keep you on the most Pravastatin we can, which is 80 milligrams. And it went from 347 down to 280. But he couldn't get it any lower, and there was nothing else to offer me. And Rachel, what you said was so true. He's like, just have skim cheese, have egg white, have all the things that would slowly kill me, slower than what was killing me already. And of course, this all worked its way up to the age of 54 when I had the heart issues. Like, but I didn't know any better. I didn't know what else. My doctor didn't know any better.
Right.
So, and what's mind blowing to me is that here we are 12 years later, and Anthony is at the front lines of this. It's still amazing to me that so few people know about this, because if they go to the hospital, they're not being served healthy food. If they're a doctor going to med school, they're not learning nutrition other than one college. If the doctors they go to aren't saying, hey, listen, what do you eat before I give you another pill or a different type of pill? And this is 12 years of, I know the 4 out of 5 of us working hard to spread this word. So yeah, that's where it touched a chord, because I understand where your family was, in the sickness. So wow, yeah, that hit home. Okay.
Yeah.
Dad,
yes.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, similarly, our cholesterol dropped, but didn't drop as much as they thought it should. That led us to do, also because my grandfather had Alzheimer's, died of pancreatic cancer. My uncle died of pancreatic cancer. My dad now has Alzheimer's as well. And so we tested for the APOE gene. My dad carries 3-4, I carry 3-4, my son carries 3-4. So this was another piece of the puzzle for us, right? Like figuring out, okay, there are genetic components, right? We're not all the same. However, we now know that those genetic components are 10, maybe 20%, right, of what happens to us. We have control over 80 to 90%, right? So helping people understand that just because maybe you have some genetic something that's working against you, that is not a life sentence. There is so much you can do. And our cholesterol, now it's like, mine is like 160, right? Like, and I still have the same genes. I just have eaten differently. So anyway, there's that piece too.
Yeah, no, and we'll get later into the lipoprotein little a issue in a little bit, because that's an amazing story. So let's go back. The question I was asking, Karen was here, now Rachel, Meryl's on mute because she's at the airport. Anthony, question for you. Like I know Anthony's story, and like when I talk to Anthony about his story, it reminds me that I've heard, like, my story is an amazing story, but there's a lot of amazing stories. Anthony's one of them. So, Anthony, give me kind of the background of what led you into being, who you are today, and that little quick journey that you did through your life. Please, everyone would love to know about it.
Yeah, thank you. And I have so many thoughts swirling in my mind, because like what you said, Paul, is, how can we best support each other, and how can we really start to make traction in this movement? And meaning that when you mentioned there are a whole world of people who don't know that they can take better care of themselves, and exactly what you said, Rachel, about, I've so many good memes pop up and they come to mind, like play the hell out of the cards you've been dealt, right? We have no control over the cards that we've been dealt, but we really can make sure that we do everything that is within our control to live healthy, happily, and vibrant, and all of those things. And if we can honestly look ourselves in the mirror and say that we're doing that, then we're in a great place. And then sharing our stories is, I think, one of the most powerful things we can do to help others. And not sharing it in a condescending way or or look at me kind of way, but sharing it in a way that's like, look, quite frankly, this is what's possible. So, my story is I grew up obese. By the time my wife was pregnant with our second son, this is back in 2005, I was 33 years old, and I was denied a 20-year term life insurance policy, and flat out denied. And I knew that meant that the insurance company didn't think I was going to live for 20 years. Here I am, 33, I have a 2-year-old, 1.5, 18-month-old at home, and my wife's expecting our second. And I'm like, how do I start planning how's this family going to take care of themselves if I'm not around, right? At the time, I was morbidly obese. I weighed 360 pounds. I had a 54-inch waist.
Matt, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I just think we lost Anthony.
Okay.
Yeah, he's frozen.
Anthony, maybe We're going to start
I was
you
on
all over.
eczema on my fingers.
Hey, Anthony, we're losing you intermittently. I love technology.
I would just send him down and bring him back up, Pops.
Yeah. Hey, Anthony, jump off and then jump back on. Okay. I hope you hear this. And if you don't, I'll do it. I'll whisper it. Okay.
Yeah, okay. My back.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. Start back on 54-inch waist, 300 million pounds.
3 million pounds, 500 inch. No. So denied the life insurance because when I submitted all my medical information, I was morbidly obese, weighed 360 pounds, had a 54-inch waist, was on medication for high blood pressure, had high cholesterol, sleep apnea, eczema on my fingers, psoriasis behind my neck, and I would get migraine headaches at least weekly. And these were the kind of headaches that all I could do is go home and sit in a dark room. I was on 2 prescriptions for my migraines alone, one that I took every day to try to prevent them from coming. And then I had another medication that I was supposed to take as soon as I thought I had one coming, but none of it helped. The short answer is I found Joel Fuhrman's book, Eat to Live. This is back in 2005. I read it. I did exactly what that book said to do. And I got off all my medications within about 3 or 4 months, and I lost 160 pounds in less than 2 years, in 20 months. And that's the measure. Thank you. That's the measurable part. But like the part that's really mattered and that you can't measure, my self-confidence went through the roof. I was no longer embarrassed to walk around and to be seen by other people. You know, I could fly on airplanes without having to ask for the seatbelt extender. You know, I was able to take my kids on rides when the little carnival came through town because now I could fit in all these places. I was so much more comfortable, and I had like a new vigor for life. And much more so than changing a physical appearance, that's what I really want to help people with. I want to help people to really enjoy life, and that's where, you know, how we got synced up with Love Life, because that's our whole mission, is to not help people live life. We want to help people to love life and enjoy life and have a, you know, just have a blast.
Beautiful. Okay. We'll get back to you in a minute. Matthew, you know, I will tell everybody that, you know, I used to play this game with my 3 sons where when I was with just one of them, I'd say, hey, don't tell your other 2 brothers this, but you're my favorite.
That was a game?
Yeah, not with you, Matt. It wasn't a game with
them.
you.
No,
don't tell them that.
41 years later, you're finally telling everyone.
Okay. Well, the funny part is that now the reason why I love being with my son Matthew is because we eat the same food. So when we hang out, it's always centered around whatever we're doing, plus we'll have lunch. Well, let's have dinner together. And then when we travel together, because we do take some trips, we took one a while back where this is still the funniest thing in the world. We were driving from North Carolina and coming back home. And I think it was in the middle of Kentucky. There was an Indian restaurant, and we called like a half hour ahead, said, hey, can you make something without oil? Aloo paratha and aloo gobi. And they were like, yeah, we got there. It was like, holy moly, this is great. You know, so I mean, it was just, that's a lot of fun. So, all right. So Matthew, let me just ask, like, you know, what are your challenges? Like, I'm always kind of curious about the challenges that you have while, you know, trying to, you know, get food in the house, go out. Like, what has been the challenges that you've had to deal with?
I mean, we all know there's a lot, right? I mean, there's a ton of fast food restaurants. Not that I want them, but the idea is that there's something that could get someone off track easily. And we said, you know, there's been so much said here, and this is my first time meeting Rachael. Rachael is a very compelling person. So, you know, in thinking of who, like, I hear that we need to get this message out. I would actually throw it a little differently, and I want to hear your responses. I think you might be surprised how many people know what we're talking about, but then don't act or don't care, or they haven't had it from the right person, or just the ability to the question you just asked me to implement this every single day, you know, becomes too much of a challenge. And without asking a direct question, we're kind of summing this up to people come to us when they're about to die, or people come to us when they want to thrive. And the reality of humanity is everything exists in between. So I'm wondering kind of what the group's thoughts here on some of the communication barriers, maybe on just daily life. I think that to answer your point is just, when I'm hanging out with my boys and things that we used to do were more fun and easy, they're less fun and hard. So it's not as, in that aspect, it's not as cool. But I think that Anthony did a great job of talking about you don't even know the benefits you're going to get, which is totally true. I mean, I was an athlete, as I said, my whole life, but now I can wake up at 6 and run miles. Like that is a wild thing that, just an extended benefit that, I got a lot more energy, and that's kind of the world I'm relating to. But to everyone here, what do we think of that, about that balance of how do we find someone that's living their lives, not on the extreme, I'm going to die or I need to thrive kind of question?
Well, I was just saying to your point, Matthew, just the question, like, I want to pause when we ask, what is more challenging? I think, like Anthony, your example of, I think normal standard American life is really challenging for people who are unhealthy, right? We don't talk about, when you're obese and overweight and addicted to junk foods, like that's challenging, right? The fact that you have to make enough money to pay for more medication, or you have to take medication with side effects, that's challenging. The fact that you might need to take surgery, you can't play with your kids, like all of those are real challenges as well. So when we're talking about challenges, it's like, we're going to have challenges. This life is challenging, right? It's kind of like pick your battles, and I just, it's the whole Caldwell Esselstyn quote, like some people think what we're doing is really radical, but, actually sawing your chest open and taking a vein and putting it in your heart, like that's pretty radical too, so what kind of radical do you want to be dealing with on a day-to-day basis?
Rachel, you'll get a little bit of a laugh on this, a little backstory. This is when I spill my history to people. That when I was given the opportunity not to have bypass surgery in front of a surgical door on a gurney, and he said, "You're just going to have to make some changes." And immediately I said, "Yes." Do you realize I had no idea what I was saying yes to? Like I just knew I didn't need to have surgery because every male in my family had quadruple bypass surgery, and 3 out of 4 of my dad was the only one that lived. The other 3 died. So I would say I would do anything, but I mean it's daunting. And one of the things that people don't also know was that Matthew and I were trying to create a fast food restaurant called Gladiator Veg. And we had so much fun creating it. God darn it, it didn't work because we needed a lot more money. But the fact is that we had that whole bot thing, Matt, was a lot of
it hasn't worked yet. Let's throw that out there. It hasn't worked yet.
But we would go to we had like 20 plant-based restaurants. Now we have 3 in Michigan because COVID kind of destroyed it. But we would go to all of these restaurants saying, "Hey, we just want you to make this recipe for our restaurant." And we had so much fun doing it, because they wanted to be noticed and we were going to let them be noticed and, all this stuff. And it was all about
Dad, working together on that one. Because I hope someone in the restaurant industry is listening on this call, because if you look at every single menu across any city, you're telling me that your 100th best idea, which is your 10th bestseller, your 100th bestseller, is a better business decision than your best and healthiest meal that you're not selling yet. And I just don't believe that if you're a good chef. If you're a good chef, there is a possibility to delete some of the lowest selling chicken items, the lowest selling steak. You can't tell me your 15th best steak idea is better than your one healthiest thing. And, that's something that I tease anyone that I talk to about that's in this space. Because if you were doing a software company or you were in any other space, we would be deleting our 15th best idea with the idea of integrating something else new. And just one more point, because you and I make jokes about this all the time, and I want more jokes by everyone else about it, is that we go to doctors and we're like, God mode totally. We have no idea of what's wrong with us. We just hope that they can solve it. and we take their word as gospel. And I'm not saying that doctors are dumb. I'm saying really more the opposite. Doctors generally are the smartest people that we grew up with. And that's why we have so much faith in their decision making. At the same time, they're presented with so many things that they don't know. And they're trying their best to solve these things along the way. They have amazing weapons like drugs. They have amazing weapons like, run faster or something. But the point here is that we got to question them. We got to question them endlessly. And just in the same way that we would question anything else, I hope. So, throwing that out there is let's throw these questions at the doctors. Let's challenge them when they say, hey, the best thing we have is A, B, and C. Well, okay, that might be the best thing we have or the best thing we know. But let's go into areas that we may not know.
Bam. There he is. Now you
Bam.
know. Hey, you're my favorite.
All
right. Yes,
Paul,
Anthony.
I wanted to add something if I can.
Go ahead, Meryl.
Forgive the background noise.
I'm not sure we can.
Okay, good. Good. There's like I come at this from a different angle than everybody in this particular call. I never had a terrible health situation. I didn't have a health recovery journey. I started eating like this when I was 15. And I think that protected me for most of my life. There were certain things that I did struggle with, like a dairy allergy that I didn't realize was an allergy. But the rest of it, and I don't come from great genetic stock, actually. My mother had bilateral breast cancer and some uterine cancer and just a bunch of other stuff. So historically, like genetic history-wise, not good. But, it's the increase and the always faithful to eating lots of fruits and vegetables, I think, is a hugely important and valuable thing. And, I always think in terms of children, and if we could just start them eating younger and younger, right? And please, if we could start the pregnant females eating during the fruits and vegetables, healthy, whole food, plant-based diet during pregnancy, it would make a huge difference for everyone. And then if we go forward with that, because we also look at animal compassion and the condition of our ecosystems and the deterioration of them, there's nothing that individuals can do more economically and more readily than change their diet. Do something for the eating system, the food system that we have. Stop paying into things that poison the planet and poison our own health, and never mind, have these horrible negative impacts on the animal population.
All right.
So, when you're talking about before about do we have trouble finding people to hang out with? Was that what your question was, Matthew? You were asking something about your...
I asked a bunch of different questions, but I kind of like what you were saying here. And to the hanging out question, yeah, I have the same friends pretty much since 7th grade. And a lot of the activities that we did in 7th grade to, just as of 10 years ago, eating oysters doesn't happen anymore.
Right. So for me, I'm not around anybody that I was around in 7th grade. I left that part of the country. I was raised in New Jersey, and now I'm in the Midwest, so I'm not around those people anymore. But the people that I'm around now, they all know. There is never a question about let's go to a steak restaurant. That's not going to happen if Meryl's invited. In fact, most of the time, and this, I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks I may be threatening to people. I don't know. But they totally take my needs into account. So they'll say,
and maybe being threatening is better.
Maybe.
Maybe.
So they'll say, okay, Meryl, you have the, most restrictions on your diet. Where do you want to go? And
Meryl,
they may give a couple of suggestions, and then I'll say yes to that one, no to that one, no to that one, maybe to that one. I'll call ahead. So there isn't that problem, really. I think once at least this is the way it works. It's worked for me. Since I've been at this a while, and I'm unapologetic about it. And I don't honestly, I don't care what anybody else thinks. I just don't care. That's the way it happens. It seems people
Yep.
just are like, okay, yep, Meryl, yep. We got to make sure you can eat. So,
You know, what I always tell people, just give me a 1 day heads up for any dinner plans, and the fallback is a simple one. I don't eat. I haven't died yet. I just miss a meal. Ooh, I miss a meal. I'll eat before. I'll eat after. No big deal. And then my guilty thing is if I could sit there and have a small little old fashioned, I could kind of sit that along the way, and I could have a great time. Okay. Anthony, you were about to say something as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, you know, I think there back to what Matt brought up about why don't people do it? That, you know, there are a number of people who probably know they should be living healthier and they're not. And I think a big part of that is people want to feel normal. And I have to fully respect that what we're doing is not socially normal. And Meryl, you use the word threatening, but I would maybe also think that it might be intimidating. And I would not be surprised if I've not been invited to certain social gatherings because people don't know what I would say about what's going on there. You know, the truth is I want to help people who want to do something differently. And I have no judgment or issues or anything, letting everyone make their own choices for themselves, right? This is what's working for me. Whatever people are doing, if they think it's working for themselves, great. But it's hard to not be normal. And that's, I mean, I've been doing this for 18, 19 years now, right? Going on 20 years. My kids have been eating whole food plant-based since birth. And there probably are parties that they haven't been invited to, you know, because of that and stuff. So I have a lot of respect for everyone who's kind of blazing this trail. And the truth is, it's just gonna take society a while to catch up. I do think it's getting better. I mean, there is so much more happening now than there was 15 and 20 years ago. And even when I first went vegetarian in the early 90s, and like we had to go buy our own, like this bag of mix to make veggie burgers, you know, like we had to mix water with it and put it together, or, you know, like, and we didn't have any other options if we wanted to kind of go to a barbecue and still eat something that looked like a sandwich, that, like what other people are doing. So and I don't say that as an excuse, because again, I'll come back to that. We each need to play the hell out of the cards that we've been dealt. So if social situations are challenging, we just need to learn how to work through them. And that's where I think that social support and things through coaching and working with a physician who does get it and who does, you know how to help people to, first of all, come up with a protocol, and then how to implement that protocol in their own lives. Like, there are many more of them than you might know about. The problem is the medical system is not set up to allow them to do that either. You know, if you go look on, you know, one of these Find a Doc kind of websites, one of these plant-based Find a Doctor websites, you can find a lot of doctors. I know the ACLM is board certifying, you know, thousands of doctors every single year in lifestyle medicine. But the truth is, when you go find one, they might be working in an emergency room. They might be working in a conventional family practice. They might be working in an urgent care center. You know, they've got bills and things that they need to do to support themselves also. And you might not be able to go schedule an appointment with them. But they're incorporating this into their practices no matter where they're working, and they're planting these seeds. And unfortunately, being a kind of a where we are in this state, people have to pick up on that and feel strongly enough to want to do something about it. And you're right, Matt, the people who feel strongly enough are the people who have been sick or who have had issues, or the people like Meryl who are just really smart and really sharp and say, hey, this is just the right thing to do, so I'm going to do it. And you're much better off that way, because you prevented things before it got scary or dangerous, or you've had this damage that may or may not be able to be repaired over time. You know, and I'm speaking there about myself.
You know, it's interesting to me that I just, as you were talking, something kind of hit me that I never thought about before, which is, you know, I've been like kind of bitching. I could swear on this YouTube. It's okay. I've been bitching. Like, I'm not bitching, but I'm bitching. That's what I mean. So I've been bitching about the fact that here, 12 years all in, what has the world done? I mean, like I said, you know, they don't feed it, they don't teach it, they don't practice it, you know, all this stuff. But what we got going for us is social media, and everyone knows everything about everybody. So in my efforts to like try and be noticed, not me, I you take my name out of it, but with the SCA, because that's why we're here today, the Sage Circle Alliance. I had this idea that I'd have my wife watch me go out. I was going to go outside. I was going to put a piece of meat, a bunch of fruit, and then I was going to have my next door neighbor's dog. And so picture this. I was going to go outside and I was going to pretend, because I'm an animal, to go on my fours and go up to the steak and sniff it and go, ugh. In fact, I'm thinking of doing this. Then go up to the fruit.
You better do it.
You have to now.
No, then go up to the fruit and vegetables and just start like an animal, just like ah. And then my neighbor's got this beautiful dog that's a Norwegian elk hound or something, just beautiful, big. And I was just and it's a lover, so I was gonna borrow him and just love on the dog, and then I was gonna thank the planet. Like I have this idea, okay, and then I thought, well, that's how we get noticed, right? I'll have her absolutely make me like embarrass me like nobody's business. Don't care anymore. And by the way, don't care. Anthony, appreciate this. I don't care about that, because the moment they shaved me in prep for the bypass surgery, were 4 strange nurses, men and women, ran into my room, and within 4 minutes, my whole body was shaved. I'm on a Demerol drip. I look down and I'm seeing I'm not like hairy like Anthony or Matt, but I'm pretty. I'm seeing myself like a baby, and I'm drugged up. So I'm laughing. Like, whoa, this is pretty funny. All my humility went the day I got shaved. So if this is what it takes to get notice, to bring the message to people, not just the sick people, not just the desperate, I've got to get in better shape people, but I'll do it. And then if I do it, I may ask Anthony to do it next. I mean, like
I'm going to wear clothes if I do it, Paul.
It's like a new TikTok trend.
You know what? I will inspire. Yeah, I'll inspire the 60 and older crowd.
Hey,
no. You know what? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rachel, and then I'll add something.
No, well, I was just going to say, kind of on this topic, I mean, when Karen was still on here, you'd asked a question about vegan. What do you call yourself, right? Vegan, plant-based, whatever. And this, Matt, what you were talking about, this all kind of fits together to me, because I kind of think of it as we're ambassadors. And you know what? When an ambassador goes to a foreign country, you don't stand on a podium and tell everybody what to do, right? Like you want to assimilate, but you want to share goodwill and information. So wherever I am, I'm like reading the room and going, okay, am I going to be Dr. Greger or Dr. McDougall right now? Like, do I need to tell the truth? Is that what people need to hear here? Or am I going to channel my inner Doug Lyle and go, you know what? Everybody gets to make their own choice, and maybe they'll ask me a question. So I like, on the topic of what I call myself, on the topic of when I speak up or when do I advocate for a change in a group or whatever, I'm really trying to assess, like, where are people? Are people looking for a change? Do they just not know, or do they need something to help them get over that hurdle that will help them make a change? So it's maybe not as easy as just saying, I'm always carrying my flag for veganism or whatever, but I think it's more effective, if you show up and you're really you and you're true to what but also you're not pushing your agenda on somebody, and that you really care for someone, right? I mean, it's you have to lead with that and start with that. And I think that comes across. People know when they're trying to be sold something or told something that they don't want to hear. But if they're dealing with a health issue or, maybe they just don't know that it can be easy. It's not as hard as they think, so anyway, I just wanted to toss that in the ring.
Rachel, I'll add to that though. So, I mean, I would describe myself as a kind of like a sledgehammer. I'm a wrecking ball. When I walk in a room about this, I'm a wrecking ball. I'm a registered nurse. I spent 30 years tiptoeing around people getting sicker and sicker and sicker, and I watched them die. right? And there comes a time, and I think this is where McDougall is. I think this is where Clapper is. I think this is where a lot of the people are. Joel Furman. We're done. We're done dancing around the issues. We're done. You know.
Mhm.
So thank goodness there are people who are gentle like you, and like so many others who will take time to read the room and really be that kind of considerate. I'm just I can't do it anymore. I've watched too much pain and suffering. I've watched too many little children get diagnosed with diabetes by the time they're 13, 14, 15. So I think there's a place for all of it, I guess is what I'm saying. We all take our path, we choose what's comfortable and what makes sense. And I like to believe that I plant seeds, I'll say it.
Yeah.
And people might not want to hear it, but I'll say it anyway. And then thank God there's people like Rachael and Anthony who will come in behind me and say,
Well, I was going to add, I think you need everything.
Yeah.
Right? You need
Yeah.
all of this because
Right.
it depends on not only the person who's listening, it also depends on the moment that person is in. If you like, I look at my story, right? Being denied that insurance company, if I would be denied that insurance policy, if I would have been in a different mood, I could have blamed them, right? Instead of blaming myself. And I could say, they don't know what I'm talking about. My stupid doctor documented this the wrong way, blah, 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 right? And then I could have said, I'm going to apply somewhere else, right? But for whatever reason, I lucked out that time and I didn't. And I looked into myself, what can I do differently to fix this? So in that way, and then I found Joel Furman, who basically says, like, you're crazy if you do this, and you're like, this is the only way to do it, right? And that worked for me at that point in time. But I know so many people who are not sick or not scared or not frightened, and they watch the Game Changers movie, which is a really inviting kind of approach to this kind of lifestyle, because it doesn't say you're going to die if you don't. It's like, here are Olympians and highly accomplished athletes who are doing pretty well, right? And doing extremely well compared to normal standards. And then they did this, they adopted this diet and lifestyle, and they did even better. Like that's kind of warm and welcoming. So we need that. And then we also need the forks over knives that shows some of that. And then we need some of the what the health, which also points out all these conspiracy kind of angles and stuff like that. We need all these different ways to approach, because people's moods change and people respond differently. So I love what you're doing, Meryl, and I love that you take that kind of no nonsense approach. And I love what you're doing, Rachael. And I've switched in between, but I kind of reached that tipping point when someone asks me for the third or fourth time, or they complain about their condition to me, knowing me well, and they complain because they're on these medications and that they wish they can get off. And when you say that to me 2 or 3 or 4 times, like, it's time for, okay, now I'm not going to let this just slide now. We have to have a real conversation. And then you decide what you want to do. And if you want to make a change, I'll help you. And if you don't, just please don't mention this in front of me anymore, because I have the tools. I have the tools for you, right? I have the tools for you. And if you're not willing to do it, then you're like, I'm not one of the people that you can mindlessly complain to, just because you're looking for a little bit of empathy or something.
Yeah. Well said.
Yeah. So, okay, let's move along. But before we do that, Meryl, I hate having you on mute because this lady has some things to say. So here's what I'd like you to turn around and ask everyone to back up 15 feet and be quiet. Okay, be quiet.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's play a game with Rachael, Matthew, and Anthony. And the game is, you get a wish, but you have to say something that frustrates you at the same time. So you could wish for, and it doesn't have to be plant-based. It could be anything. You get one wish, but you have to say something that just maybe infuriates you or frustrates you. So once again, in the spirit of my sons, ink, a dink, a bottle of ink, the cork fell out and used. Anthony, you're first.
Oh, wait, what does that mean? I'm the ink or the sting?
Hey, I'm the empathy officer. I didn't want to say stink. Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
It's a eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, if I didn't know you that well, I would, like I really do try to take life lightly because it's so difficult at times. So,
Yeah.
all right, go ahead.
So what really irks me is when people pull themselves into a victim mindset, and they make it seem like this world is just happening to them. Their health is happening to them. Their living situation, their profession, their work situation, all these things are just kind of happening to them, and they don't realize that they can take an active role. And it irks me to the point, not where I want to like kind of yell at people or shake them or anything like that. It really hurts me, and it makes me feel bad, and I do want to try to help them, but it's so hard to help people. And so if I had to turn that into a wish, I wish that everyone knew how much control they were in of their lives. This goes all the way back to what Rachael mentioned about 80% or so of how we manifest in this world is under our control. And if I had a wish that I could go around and flip a switch, I would love for everybody to understand how much control they actually do have over their lives, despite whatever challenges they've experienced so far, and whatever kind of genetic or family experiences that they believe that they're living with.
That's beautiful. I'm going to go next, and Meryl, you're on double deck there. For me, and this is something I've been noticing, is when I talk to people, they excuse other people's or their behavior based on what they lived through as a child. So, hey, my parents were this, and that's why I turned out that. And I hear that all the time. And, I'm kind of like Meryl, where I'll just say, you're a grown ass adult.
That's not coming from me, Dad. Come on.
No,
that's the other two.
Yeah.
You're still number one.
Okay.
It's so cool when I can look at him, my son Matt, and say, dude, I love you so much. Like, I just love being with you. Okay.
Thanks, Pops.
So that's the thing. I hear that a lot where they'll say, well, his poor actions because his mom was this or his dad was that. And it's like, wow, maybe at 18 or 21, I don't expect you to have the tools and the skills to be that grown ass adult. But I'm not talking to a 50-year-old or a 60-year-old with poor behavior. So for me, that is frustrating to me to hear that. And then the wish that I have is, I just wish we could have a global plant-based week. Now, I believe in 60 days, you could transform your life forever. But I'm willing to drop it down 53 days just to experience it for 1 week, with one caveat. You got to get a blood test before and after. All right, because it would just be like so amazing to you what just 1 week could do. Not let alone the animal break, the planetary break. But that's and Anthony, I'm going to steal your idea, which is I change every day based on moods and thoughts. So that's my view and thoughts right now. Meryl, you're up.
So one frustration and one wish, is that what it is?
Yep.
Okay, so just given my environment right now, I would love to see some place in an airport, every airport, where people could go and actually, because so many people where I am right now, I don't know, there's probably 4 gates stacked next to each other right now.
Let's keep it short.
There's like masses of people here. I haven't said anything all time. Okay, so you see all these people, and there's similarly in front of me lots of people. Many of them are eating. I would love if there was a place that people could actually go and get something that was health promoting. What's here is the standard American stuff right in front of me. There's a snack shop, and you know what that means. Down the way, there's Auntie Annie's pretzels, and back that way, there's it's all around. But there's very little here that people can get that is not detrimental to their health in some way. So that's one frustration. And the flip side of that is, I would like to see that change. I would like to see that everywhere that people need to eat, because they're going to be stuck somewhere for a long time, or they're just maybe bored and they just want to put something in their mouths because that's what we do. That there would be fresh fruit available, salads available, and not for exorbitant prices. I mean, and that it would be. I'll add this one thing, that it would be. Anthony, you were saying before that it's abnormal. People feel it's abnormal to eat the way that we do. That it would be considered normal to feed. I have to go back to children all the time, to feed children fruits and vegetables and nuts and seeds. That would be the cultural norm. I guess that's really what I would say. If I had one choice, that's what it would be. That we change our cultural habits about what we think is food.
Rachael.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going with your idea right now today, Paul. What I'm thinking is, what irks me is that people don't make the connection, or the misinformation is so real, right? And I'm talking about like people who know what I do, how I eat, and they go, I switched to plant-based milk, but I'm not drinking almond milk because the water use. And I'm like, have you, dear friend, looked at agriculture and have you seen how much water it takes to grow your beef or whatever, right? So my wish would be that this misinformation would be dispelled, and that the connection between, similarly, I live in California and people are always like, oh, I got an EV car and I'm doing my part for the environment, I'm riding my bike, and I'm like, fantastic, but did you know that actually what you eat has way more of an impact? So my big wish would be that there would be no more food subsidies for big ag, dairy industry, all that it would be big broccoli, big kale, that actual food would be grown. It would be soybeans that are for human consumption, not animals, corn grown for humans to eat, non-GMO, all that. So I wish that people would make the connection with the planetary health and our health being one and the same, and that we would grow real food for people to eat, and people would understand how that process actually works. And with that, I actually have to run to another meeting. So it's been a joy being with you all.
Oh my God, Rachael, love you. Thank you. So
much fun.
We're so lucky to have you. Thank you.
Have a great
Bye,
afternoon.
Rachael. You too.
Hey, Matt, before we jump into your wish and frustration, I'm just take a moment of pause to think about, and this is something Matt and I talk about, which is we are pure animal lovers. Okay, Matt and I love our animals. I had a dog, Matt had a cat, and we used to just laugh and say, how like in my next life, I want to be my dog Sophie, and Matt has a cat called Duck. So it's like we want to be our animals, like because and have owners like us, And then I kind of took it to another step, saying like, gosh, every time I go to a farm, the goats and the sheep, they're just as loving as my dog Sophie. They love me, and I pet them and I talk to them, and I just think about like how people can't make that connection of, oh, I love my dog and I love my cat and I love my hamster, but man, I love that cow. I love eating that cow and that goat. Like I just don't get it. And that was what Rachael kind of said with the water thing. So V. Lynn Hawkins, one of our absolute superstars. Let me just warn you, we're doing you have one wish, but you got to tell us one frustration. Matt Chatlin, you're up.
Yeah, and that was great. I mean, I think Anthony really covered one that I could have said myself, but the scenarios that I like giving is I totally thought I saw this video where a cow's mom was stripped away from the cow child. And you see the cow mom dash after the cow child, which is in some kind of like carrying thing. So the power of the mother, right? The power of the mother doesn't change from being a human to a dog to a cow. And I so thought that at some point along this way that the mothers of America would wake up and say, hey, we don't want to treat these animals like this. It hasn't happened yet. I think it will someday. I strongly hope it will someday. So I guess my like complaint and wish would be, I wish for the mothers of America to wake up and say, hey, I'm a mom, just like this cow is a mom. We got to protect the children here. So that would be, wish and kind of a gripe. But had a great time doing this. I got to take off too. It was nice meeting everyone that I got to meet.
Hey, before you leave, can I ask you one last thing? Like,
sure.
I would like to have you have a Matthew Chatlin show on the Sage, 1 hour a month. Can we talk about it over?
We can always talk about it, Dad. Nice meeting everyone.
Nice meeting you.
Hey,
hi, Veland.
Hi, Anthony. How are you?
Excellent.
Awesome.
Nice to see you.
He's got a bunch of kids, so trust me, like that's a setup for a conversation that I'll get him to do it.
Yeah,
like I'll get him to do it. So, how's your day been, Veland?
It has been like a whirlwind of good things happening.
Amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want to share it?
I like seeing days like this. Well, one of my clients and friends, Paul, you know him. Anthony, you know him too, Dr. Akil Teher.
Oh, yeah.
Does this monthly talk. He is also a charter member of Sage Circle Alliance. And he, are we recording? Yes, we are. Awesome. I don't know why I didn't think we were. But he does a monthly talk with the Heart Healthy Doc. And he talks about things that are common ailments that people have been programmed to misunderstand what they are, what the causes are, what the symptoms are that they've learned very well how to mask, or go to their doctors and say, I want this for this, instead of, hey, doc, why is this happening to me? And then the doctor giving them a good explanation as to some possible causes for them to be able to look at their lives and say, oh, yeah, I'm doing this. Well, how do I fix that? And do lifestyle changes versus, again, what we've been conditioned to believe needs to be the answer to some of these questions and issues and problems. And he has been very vocal about the fact that he is a septuagenarian extreme athlete and that he has come back from heart disease and open heart surgery to living a life that he never thought was a life possible to live. And I love telling his story because I'm one who, my dad died at 29 of a massive heart attack. And I remember being a part of a team interviewing Dr. Barnard, and we got to ask him some questions off camera. And I asked him, why did that happen? Was there anything that could have been done to prevent that? And he said very graciously, as the man that he is, he put his hands together and he said, I am so sorry that happened to you, because it should not have happened. It should never happen to any child to lose their parent like that, because he knew what we didn't know, which was a whole food, plant-based diet and lifestyle could have not just prevented it, but caused him to live a long, healthy life.
Wonderful. Hey, listen, we got Anthony for about 6-7 more minutes.
Okay.
So Anthony, how about if I give you the reins? I've done this before. Just talk to us. Talk to us.
I don't want to necessarily interrupt Veland's thought, but I will just add that I love Dr. Teher as well. Like he is so inspiring, like so many of us. I didn't realize that he was that he had joined the Sage Circle Alliance, so I'm very happy to have him here. And I just want to say that I just appreciate the conversation today. I love that everyone is looking to promote this movement and to help people in this way. That's just truly, kind of a gift, and it's so authentic. And that doing it together, I think we've got a real chance on really influencing the way that the world and the movement works. It's I know there's so many organizations involved, but Love Life Telehealth is really proud to be part of this. and to be pushing that movement as well.
Well, thank you so much. And it's to me is I get to, hang out with Anthony more and more. What I kind of realize all the time is like, Anthony could just keep doing his thing with Love.life, and VLyn could be doing her thing, and Meryl could be doing, and my PBNSG could be doing our, these are all people who are not like small potatoes, but we're not at the very tip top, but we could just keep doing our thing. But the one thing we all have, many things we have in common, one of which is that we're all honest, caring, hardworking people who hope for a better tomorrow, fill in the blank, for our kids, for ourselves, for our
everybody.
grandkids, for everybody, right? And if we don't work together, then it's not gonna happen in our lifetime. It probably won't happen even if in our lifetime. But the most beautiful thing that we give back on the Sage Circle Alliance is somebody has to build that good foundation, because Anthony built telehealth. He built that, and now it's Love.life. VLyn has built what she does, and Meryl and Paul. And the fact is that now we're building something together for something much bigger. And if all we do is look back at the last days of our life and say, I don't know what's going to happen, but the foundation is strong, then that's when I could close my eyes and know I did the right thing. So that's how
I agree with that. I think as long as we can all straight face say that we've done absolutely everything we can, that we could, everything within our control, just like what we've been talking about for, on and off for the past hour. If everyone can honestly say we've done everything we can, and I can to date, right? That I've done everything I can to help as many people as possible, then that's just wonderful. Yeah.
Well, listen, Anthony, thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Enjoy the rest of your day. It was wonderful chatting with everyone. I'm glad I got to overlap with you a little bit, VLyn.
Same here, Anthony.
You guys have a great conversation. I'll see you soon.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well,
that was pretty cool. I got to meet the son of Paul Chat and see my good friend Anthony. That's what makes this group special too, because I knew Anthony. I know who he is, the work that he does, how passionate he is about what he does. And Love.life telehealth is a needed organization to help people out there who are looking for somebody to help guide them from a medical perspective, because it's like Kathleen's talking about, I'm looking for a plant-based primary care doctor. She can't find one. And when you're looking for something, you can't find it, it's difficult for you to think about what more you can do. And there's so much more. And just asking the question is going to bring those doctors out, I believe. But one of the things that I talk about Dr. Akil a lot, because I am helping him, he's going into the colleges and universities in the Atlanta metro area to talk to their medical students and their staff and faculty about this way of life. A few doctors on staff may be plant-based, even fewer plant-based vegan. And when you look at it like that, his story has the ability to make such a huge impact. And that's one of the things that I can consider as my mission, like helping Meryl to get this message about child nutrition out there, and the work that she's doing with the state of Illinois, getting the schools on board with the fact that this option is mandated and they need to figure out how to get that rolling in their schools, and being the example for other states to follow. What would it be like if half of the states in the US were set up and all of their kids in every school, grades K through 12, were offered plant-based options every day for lunch? What would that do to better the health of children? I can't imagine it. And so I'm totally on board with helping Meryl to do what she's doing. And, you know, at the same time, it gives me a platform and it gives me something to speak about. I'm the speaker coordinator for the Georgia VegFest event this year. And it has allowed me to pull in some really great people to be a part of the event that I'm going to say would not have, first of all, done the event, because we know that most VegFest events, there's a lot of vegan junk food being sold and touted as it's vegan. Yet the whole plant-based message is missing. So I'm looking to do what I can do one VegFest at a time to help impact and influence change there where I can. Thank you.
A quick question before we get Mike Young on. I'm going to need a little, like a 10-minute break. And I figured since Meryl's still here and we got Mike Young coming on board, who else do we have today, V-Lynn? I need to, is there anybody else?
Oh yeah, we've got, let me see. I pulled up the message earlier because I pasted the day schedule in it. So let me just see.
Just tell me we got more, because if it was just.
Oh, we have more.
Okay, cool. So would you like me to should I bring Mike Young on board?
Absolutely.
All right, wonderful.
We've got Karen Ranzi. Has she done? She's done it already. She came in with you guys. So we got Dr. Tuttle, Dr. Wilk Tuttle, Peggy Kraus. Kathleen is coming back.
We're good. We're good then. Okay, here we go. I'll be back in just 10 little minutes.
Okay.
You know, I just want to say my signal is really sketchy. There's a lot of freezing and little glitchy things. So if I drop off, it's because of that.
Well, we got you. And thank you. You're in the airport ready to go to this conference and speak about child nutrition for this group of Peapod people. Thank you for everything that you do.
Well, thank you. Oh, let me go back on mute.
Okay. Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Hey, I'm out in the woods.
I see. And I think I even hear like the birds chirping and stuff.
Yes, the birds. It's just right now. It's just me, my wife, who's working remote here at the farm, and the wildlife. We've seen, I think so. We took a walk along the mountain ridge here, and we earlier for lunch during lunchtime, and saw a wild turkey. So that's pretty cool.
Wow, that is pretty cool. So, what's your day been like today?
Well, I know that our topic is, what can you do for this whole movement, right? And this is our newest project that I'm at, which is called Mountain Ridge Farm. And I kind of view it as maybe even the ultimate advocacy is farming. I've always heard that in the past, but I never really understood it until I actually got into this and started growing plants, food plants. And, I'm liking it already. And this is our project, our newest project. And, we're just trying to show people that it's possible to do this. And I think it's just one of the many areas of the plant-based movement that should be explored.
So, Mike, are you actually growing food for sale, or is it for your own consumption?
That's a good question. Right now, I released a few videos of the work I've done over the last week, and I'm nice and clean now. But over the last week, I've planted sweet grapes and sweet cherry trees. So sweet grapevines, sweet cherry trees. I had to build an entire system for these grapevines because they go up high, and as you can see, I'm out in the woods. We have bear and deer, and I have to get it up high so that the wildlife don't eat it all. And I don't know what the harvest will be like. I would love to, we would love to share it with others, but right now everything is just in the ground. They're small plants, and I'll be documenting the whole process, in terms of watching them grow. And there's a lot of pruning involved with grapevines, from what I understand, like selective pruning to make sure that you get them to grow how you want them and that they fruit properly. Same with the trees too.
So what kind of greens are you growing?
Grapes.
Oh, so you're just doing grapes and cherries this go round?
Yeah, just northern fruits right now. And actually, we have someone that's apparently going to donate a fig tree for us. So that'll be another fruit that we have. But yeah, right now we're not doing annual vegetables or anything. Actually, from what I understand, being a new farmer, annual vegetables are a large amount of work every year, because you're basically starting with nothing, and you've got to grow from a baby plant up to the fruiting, and then that's it. You start over again next season. But with these trees that we have cherry trees and grapevines. They are perennial. They're always alive unless something freakish happens, which we hope doesn't. And it's more of a permaculture installation, which is what we're looking at, right? Like we're farming for generations rather than just this one season.
Love it. To the extent that I know that some plants and vegetables, although the fruit trees are things that can grow over and over and over for years, decades to come. So you don't have to worry about the soil being depleted because they're just doing their thing and not getting replenished that way. And that being said, how are you planning to replenish the soil once you do get your harvest in?
All right, those are good questions. Yeah, there's no traditional tilling, right? There's no annual ground disturbance, because traditional agriculture is you just go down to bare ground every year, like you said, right? We don't view that as the future of farming in general, even though I'm new to farming. I view something that's permanent. That's what I want to do. I want something that's easy and accessible for people. And I think that these types are. So like you were asking about the soils, I wasn't sure going in here. We bought this farm, just so you know, we are repurposing this property. This property, we bought it from the original owners who built this house. It's off grid. We're totally off grid. He built the house by hand over the course of a year on weekends in the early 80s. Only owned by one family. It's their hunting property. But of course, we're a vegan organization, so we don't hunt unless we're hunting ripe fruit. I am a ripe fruit hunter, but not animals. And so it's no longer a hunting property. We're repurposing. And I would hope that just as a lot of, animal farms are being repurposed as animal sanctuaries, I would hope that we can repurpose hunting properties, because some of these are awesome properties, as permaculture installations. So where we are it's called Mountain Ridge Farm. I'm up on the mountain ridge, like right behind me is all down. It's down a few thousand feet of woods. That's why you can see woods just going down behind me. And the ridge is right in front of me. You can't see it. And then it goes down on the other side. So we're right up at the ridge. And I was thinking to myself about the soil. Like you said, I was like, what are we going to have for soil? Because all I see is rocks. I see a lot of green and trees. But believe it or not, these trees have not been harvested since at the earliest was the 1950s. It may have been before that. They just don't grow that big because of all the rock that's over here. And you get some winds on the ridge. But what I found when I was digging holes, which was not with a shovel, it was with a pickaxe, a mattox. That's what I had to use, because I was just hitting rocks. Sparks were flying. I had to use my safety goggles. And I pulled a lot of rocks out. But what I did find was incredible amounts of topsoil, since this has not been disturbed and it's a forest. A forest just produces all this organic matter when it's left alone. And actually, most of the land, I'd say on the East Coast of the United States, originally was just forests, except for some low-lying floodplains and things like that. So this has been the natural use of the land for 50 plus years, and the topsoil is amazing. That's what I can tell you. And I can tell you that we are not using any chemicals. We're better than organic. We're going to be totally chemical free, regenerative concepts. All the food that we eat is put in a compost pile, which is about 30 feet over that way. It's getting very big, and that will replenish any nutrients that the plants take out with our compost of the foods of the plants that we eat. We eat mostly whole plants, so we're getting a lot of that, and it'll just be a continuous cycle, right? Where nature remains in balance, and we don't need to bring in anything from the outside other than our own plant foods that we're eating. And that's it. That's the goal anyway.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And Do you find, even with your new knowledge of doing gardening, doing farming this way, that you have an opportunity to teach others to do that? One of our big tenets with Sage Circle Alliance, as well as I think all of our businesses, is around education.
Yes.
So
Of course.
how
Yeah.
how are you influencing education,
Well,
or planning to?
Pre-Sage Circle Alliance, when we were just ourselves and not part of the great group that is existing now, we were all about education too. We whenever someone said, "What is this a plant-based diet.org?" I'm like, we are an educational nonprofit, educational institution, maybe a new paradigm of education, right? Because we're not formal in a classroom setting, but we want to document everything. And I have been documenting everything. We have a YouTube channel. If folks are interested, you can go to plantbasedvideos.info. That's plantbasedvideos.info. It goes right to our YouTube, and you'll see the most recent videos. Most of them are me digging the holes for the plants with my pickaxe. They are unboxing the bare root plants to explain what we acquired, because we didn't grow them here. We had to acquire the plants somewhere else. And then the planting process and what it looked like, how, no, we don't have fences here. We want all the wildlife to come in, right? We believe that nature is balance, and we don't want to put up giant walls for the wildlife here. So we have had certain systems that we've installed along with the trees and the vines, so that, as I mentioned earlier, we can eat the fruit, and hopefully these animals here won't eat it. It's not native to them anyway. But we have certain systems that we use, and that's all documented on the YouTube channel. And then, hopefully we'll have more educational opportunities as time goes on, as the plants grow. And that, like you said, that's what it's about. It's about education. So the best way to learn is to get hands-on and do it. And, I think at some point we will invite others to join us if they want.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. One of the things I think Meryl and I were talking about not too long ago is how kids experience things. And, I remember when I was in school, when my kids were in school, we used to have these, what do you call them when you go on these little trips?
Field trips, yeah.
Yeah, the field trips. And yeah, maybe you'll get to the point where you reach into the local school or schools there, elementary and middle schools, and invite them to have a day at the farm.
We'd love it. Actually, part of what you're saying, actually, that reminds me of something else that we've done. Another initiative here along with the farm that's local, that's educational, we believe anyway, is that when we bought this property last year from the original owners, I started up a group online. We're in a county called Highland County, Virginia. There's only a little over 2,000 people that live in this entire county. It's one of the least populated counties. It's all mountains. That's why. And I started a group, and now that group has just crossed over 1,500 members in the group. And there's only a little over 2,000 people that live in the county. So I'm starting to broadcast out to that group also what we're doing here. Because typically it's been traditionally almost exclusively animal agriculture here. Because what they've done is, we've got several mountain ridges that run through the county, north-south. And then in between the mountain ridges are valleys where you've got rivers and streams. And through those valleys, that's where all the animals graze. It's almost exclusively animals in those areas. So, it's people are learning about what we're doing here.
That is amazing. It reminds me of one of I forget their name, one of the local animal sanctuaries here in the Atlanta area is looking to do more stuff. And I think I might reach out and make that, and it's not a new thought. They probably have thought about it. They're in an area that it takes a good little while to get to them. But I can't imagine that there aren't a couple of schools nearby.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course.
But yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
And
actually, the public schools, you're talking about the schools, right? They're very small here. The average high school graduating class at the public high school is between 10 and 15.
Whoa. Okay.
The county seat has a population of just over 100 people. That's a lot.
Okay.
And I'm talking to you. I'm on my phone. There's only one mobile tower in the entire county. It just happens to be down the mountain from here. So I can work remote. I can talk to people. You know, it's very, very nice. We're very fortunate to be here.
Amazing. So we can all glean your commitment and your contribution to the effort right now. And it's really nice knowing that you are in a location like that, yet you're able to be a part of an organization that is doing big work and planning to do even bigger work. And you're able to be involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
like you said, we want to educate people. We want to teach people. It could be that a lot of people, don't spend time in nature. That's another facet of what we're doing. Because like you said, all you hear is birds. It is so quiet around here. Occasionally I will hear a hunter off in the distance, which I don't like to hear, but that's part of the territory. But most of the time, 90% plus of the time, I don't hear a single sound other than birds and a little breeze. I can hear the breezes coming from a long way away because it's so quiet. Most people have never experienced that. And I think it's extremely therapeutic. I think it's a form of therapy, actually.
Well, hello, Michael. Allow me to now do what I do best, interrupt and interject. Meryl, first, it's amazing that you're in the middle of an airport. And why don't you turn around and say Sage Circle Alliance as loud as you can?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me give you a little something about me and Michael. First of all, never knew him. So glad that I do know him. And we hooked up. We got to actually spend a little bit of time, and it was like, here we were, two strangers. We met each other, and we're starting to talk. And we're at, we met at a Starbucks Central location, and we kind of looked at each other and said, "Oh, we could be walking while we're talking." And we walked the whole hour that we had together, and it gave me a chance to, it's like along the way, V-Lyn and Meryl, but V-Lyn, I'm saying to you, it's like to me, this is what is kind of given me a second lease on life, on the plant-based world life, which is when you put your heart and soul, as I did with the plant-based nutrition support group. Now I'm getting like the same story from people in the next generation. And, I've when you've done it and you've been through it, I might not be as calm or just as giving as I want to be to every new person I speak to. But then along the way, this new path, I get to meet people like Mike Young, and I get to see and hear his story and his reason. I'm attracted to it initially just because he's young and he gets it. Like you got to see my son today, and my son is Mike's age. And when I see, when I hang out with my son, who's whole food plant-based, and I get to hang out with Mike Young, because if we can't appeal to the younger generation, we're lost. Okay. Yeah. So what Mike offers people, to me, it's like, if you ever wanted to know what serenity is like, where there's absolute peace and quiet, that's when you go and get a hold of Mike Young and let him work with you with eatplantbaseddiet.org and hang out with him, or hang out with the people that are hanging out with him. And you're going to find serenity. And, it's something that is missing in my life at times. And the only time I actually truly feel it is early morning when I go outside on my deck, and I've got a bazillion trees around me that cover my deck so no one could see me. And I just listen. Mike, you just hit it right on the head. Like the other day, it was windy, and I could hear that wind going through the trees, and I could only hear birds. And there was a moment I just took a breath and said, this is beautiful. Like this, I'm happy. Like I'm happy that no one's taken a piece of me at this moment. And rather it's the only thing taking a piece of me is nature. And nature's giving me their piece. Does that make sense?
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is forest bathing, right? Forest bathing is a thing if you're familiar with it, and for all the reasons you say.
Yeah. And it's interesting when I'm a quirky little fella. So like in my world, I don't just like look at the ground or look at the streets or look what's in front of me. I always look up and I want to see, because like in my neighborhood, you know, I've been in the same house for 34 years. And it's like the trees are now my canopy and they're all around me. And I'm like, you are so beautiful, Mr. Tree. I mean, it sounds kind of quirky and corny, but it's like, you are beautiful and you are surrounding me with that beauty. So everywhere I go, I look up to see what's around me. And yeah, Mike, look at, that's not a picture that he imposes. This is where he is. All right, this is where he is.
You know, that's funny. I sit in.
Go ahead, Michael.
I was going to say at ACLM, you know, they're the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. There are member interest groups, and it can be anything: pediatrics, it could be physical therapy, women's health, psychology, mental health, whatever. There is a group that is about nature therapy.
Yeah,
it is a legitimate thing. They write nature prescriptions. It is a real thing. So. Yeah.
Yes. I want to also point out that, you know, we call this Mountain Ridge Farm because we are on the mountain ridge. If I were to cut away the trees behind me, you would see the most amazing view of the next mountain ridge past the creek or the river, you know, long range views. But I don't want to do that because this is where it's at. You know, I mean, you can always get a nice mountain view on a, just go online, search it up. There's images all over the place. But it is something different when you're in the woods. I know people even use, like, if we go on like American culture, right? People used to say, "I'm not out of the woods yet," as if being in the woods is a bad thing.
Right.
I don't know how that ever evolved, but that is completely wrong. You want to be, at least if you're on the place that has that would natively grow these trees like this, that's where you want to be. That's where nature's balance is.
I love that. And I was going to say, my desk faces one of the windows in my office, and I get to look out every day and see what looks kind of like what's behind you. Yep. And I love it. I love looking at my backyard and the trees when the green is just there, and to watch the colors change when the season changes. It really pulls me. I even see we had some red robins. There's a nest near us. So we saw the red robin family as they were teaching the kids to fly.
And about 2 weeks ago here, we had a nest that they built right up against the house, had the eggs, and they flew away. And they're somewhere around here. They're probably just our neighbors now, you know.
It's interesting because if we're talking about birds at my house, I've got hummingbird feeders, and they're right at the kitchen window. So when I wake up in the morning, you can see 2 or 3 of them, you know, vying for that. And anybody who wants it, I'm going to give everyone a little tip on hummingbird feeding. So basically, it's 1 cup of sugar to 4 cups of water. You don't need to put the red dye in it. That's it. It's that simple. And then scale it to what you want. And then I exchange that water every 4 days. And every year I get the hummingbirds out in early May, and they come right away, and they hang out with me till October every single year. And when I'm sitting there doing the thing I admittedly don't like doing, cooking, at least when I'm cleaning my dishes, I get to be entertained by nature and the hummingbirds. Another thing that people say as we're looking at backdrops, we all know what Meryl's backdrop is like. God, Meryl, you're awesome. Go ahead and yell SCA again, okay? But I want everyone to see what's in my background. And my background it's up here. It's my wife, who, let's face it, for those people who are listening, I live in a house divided. My wife has improved greatly, but it's a house divided. But I am so blessed because she fully supports, you know, the work that I do, and she still loves me. So that's at the very top. This is what I want people to see, that my wife loves me. The second thing down here is my beautiful dog, Sophie, because she, now that my wife's not at the house, I would probably have Sophie maybe equal to Tracy, but for smarts, I put her just below. But then across here are my kids and my grandkids. Except I do have one picture of my wife when she was like 11, and she looks just as pretty then as she does now. So this is just kind of like a reminder of why I do what I do. And the fact is the people who love me the most understand. And that kind of gets me into a question I've been wanting to ask Mike. And I want to ask V-Lynn and Meryl if we could, which is like, I come from a family of understanding. Like they know that I don't get to see them as much as I want, and definitely as much as they want, because I could be a lot of fun. But they know that I'm on this mission, this Sage Circle Alliance mission to bring everyone together. And I want to know, Mike, from your tell me about your family and how they react to you and all the things that make you an amazing man.
Sure. Well, it's a challenge. That's how I would say right there. Just kind of like you point out, you're in a house divided. I mean, everyone is to some degree, because I don't know anyone who has a family where everybody is in line with this whole plant-based movement. I haven't heard of that yet. So that's actually why we started our organization 10 years ago. It's exactly why, what you say, because I didn't know anybody that was plant-based, and nobody in my family was. I just did some research on my own, and I realized that this is probably the right thing to do. So I just went ahead and did it. And then the reason why I started the organization was to connect people, because I know that everyone becomes like the 5 people they hang around with the most. And nobody's immune to that. There's nothing you can do to change that. So you want to surround yourself with people that are going to challenge you in the right ways, rather than pull you, with negative influences in the wrong direction. Not to say that you can't hang out with them, because I do. I mean, people in my blood family, right, I associate with, but they are not good influences on me in the regards to my development in this space. And that's actually where the Sage Circle Alliance comes in, because yes, we created our nonprofit to help in this regard, but the Sage Circle Alliance is really that to the next level, so yeah, you can't change people that don't want to be changed is another thing I would say. So don't really try to set the example. I think we've already brought that up, that as the way to go, right? Setting the example, and just associate with folks who are going to be positive peer pressure on you as much as you can. And that's Sage Circle Alliance, positive peer pressure.
Yeah. And I appreciate you saying that, because I grew up with 8 buddies in high school, and once I had heart disease, I would invite all 8 of them to my house, and every Thursday night I'd cook for all of us. I wanted these guys, none of them were plant-based, by the way. And I wanted them to, and they say, oh, this tastes good, and can I have some more and all that. But along the way, 3 of them were still morbidly obese, complaining all the time. And about a year ago, I went to them and I said, listen, I love you. I love you. You've been my buddy for a long time. I'll do anything for you. But if you're going to come to this house, eat my food, and hang out with me, you got to change the narrative. And the narrative is I accept you if this is how you want to run your life, but you can't come with the negativity and the complaints, because life is tough enough. I don't need to hear your complaints week after week. And you know what happened? The 3 of those guys got together. They make their own dinners, and they're not showing up. And as much as I kind of miss them, I don't miss them. I don't, because when I was done with an evening of them, my wife would look at me and say, you're exhausted. I said, well, yeah, that's 4 hours of listening to people complain. I don't want to hear it. Life's tough enough. V-Lynn,
Yeah. Yep.
Tell me a little bit about you and the background that brought you where you are today, and share with that a little bit. Would you mind?
Well, I am one of 4 children. I told you my dad died when he was 29. I was 7. So my mom raised the 4 of us. And that was tough. I was the oldest girl, and I ended up being the one with responsibility for the family, because her focus was on making sure everybody ate and had clothes and stuff. And I remember when I reached 18, and I have to share a story in between. when I was about 13, my brother decided that he liked to cook. But he liked to cook all of this exotic stuff like shrimp Creole and hamburgers with, this amazing sauce over top of it. But I was the one stuck with cooking the hot dogs and the hamburgers and the this and the that everybody ate every day. And then I don't know what possessed me, but I got into this competition with him about he could eat 2 hamburgers, I could eat 2 hamburgers. He could eat 3 hot dogs and he would eat 4, I would eat 3. And I looked up one day and I was this chubby little adolescent girl going to school and not even really having it in my mind that I was this chubby girl, but I was. And I don't know what happened, but I was 14, 15, and I got sick. I don't know what happened, but I remember being in the bed sick for 3 weeks. It was a period of 3 weeks. And I remember somebody bringing me soup on occasion and water. And I remember the doctor coming once. And I remember, I don't remember taking any medication. I remember whatever it was took its course. And I woke up one day and I was like, I'm alive. I feel good. And the next day I was preparing to go to school. And what I realized was that none of the clothes that I had fit. All the jeans that I had were falling off of me. I didn't have a good top to wear. So I ended up wearing a skirt that I had and one of my brother's white button-down shirts. Because, back then you could wear a boy's shirt and it was too big. And I did that for a whole week before my mother recognized what had happened and said, oh my gosh, we got to buy you some clothes. And I'm thinking, if she didn't recognize this in a whole week's time, was I invisible to everybody? And so that kind of followed me. And having lost the weight and gotten into a body size that I liked, I said, if I have to go without clothes, I'm going to save my allowance and make my clothes. And I made my entire wardrobe for that school year and 2 school years after that, so that I knew that I would have clothes that I liked, because my mom ended up coming home with stuff that I was like, I'm not wearing that. You ever do that? Did your mom ever come home with clothes for you to wear and you said, no, I'm not doing that? And so I went through a couple of years like that. And I once again finally woke up and thought, what is this? Because I still was looking in the mirror and seeing this chubby little girl. And I knew that there was something off there. And I watched a Lifetime movie that talked about anorexia, bulimia, and body dysmorphia. That was a real lesson for me. Now, what they didn't talk about was what food you should eat to maintain a good body weight and be healthy and get your brain to reframe what it sees when you look in the mirror to see the truth. And it wasn't until I was, I'll say in my mid-30s, before I finally realized. And then in between that, I found working out and I became an extreme athlete. I was a fitness instructor for 20 years. I ran 5Ks, 10Ks, half marathons. I did kickboxing. And one of my specialty classes was kickboxing. I trained with Billy Blanks for a year. I don't know if you know who that is, but
oh yeah, he was
that
workout guy to the stars.
That was an amazing experience.
Yeah.
And I went all over the place. I was certified by the Reebok Alliance for fitness instructors, the American College of Sports Medicine. I had, kinesiology and, all kinds of training in this industry that I was in. But guess what? None of it addressed what you ate. I even taught kids aerobics, and the little that I knew, I was trying to teach the kids about exercise and eating right. So one of the, I guess, in intuitive good things that I did during my life was learning that salads could be a good balance for me. And so I ate a lot of salads. I liked salads, and mainly because I could put any kind of dressing on it that I wanted. And I still felt like I was getting good stuff. Very little meat, but I was still doing like one of my favorites was the baked potato with broccoli and cheese. And the cheese, where was the potato? Where was the broccoli? Because all you saw was the cheese. You had to eat it in a bowl because it was so much, it overflow on a plate. But as I got older, I started being more conscious about what I was eating and trying to eat more vegetables, but I still didn't get it. I saw the commercials about the hamburgers and the chicken and then the drive-through. And for me with kids, I was a single mom for most of my kids' lives. And, I did the best. I made sure they had vegetables that they liked. And they had to eat those vegetables all the time because that's what they liked. You got to eat vegetables. They liked salads. One of the good things that they liked was applesauce. And this was back when applesauce wasn't just totally inundated with sugar. And it was more natural, but it was difficult. And then as a senior adult, my grown daughter, my grandson, I was the one in the household fixing all the meals. I had some specialty meals, and I started going more and more plant-based. And one day I was just like, everything I cooked tasted awful. Everything for them that I cooked tasted awful to them. And I wasn't eating it. So I was like, oh, it's not tasting good. And then one day I was like, look, first of all, for me, I recognized that if I wasn't eating it, the reason why was because I felt like it was killing me. Why would I fix this for them and kill them? And so for me, it was like, look, guys, I can't fix this food for you anymore. If you want to eat what I'm eating, you're welcome to. I can't eat this anymore. It's not helping me. And I have to focus on me. So you're on your own. And they were like, okay. And I was okay too. But I think that they were thinking, let's see how long this is going to last. Right. And now we're 6 years later. And it hasn't been perfect in the early years, but after, a certain point in time, I was just like, look, I made this decision. I am over the fence. There's no going back. And if I'm going to be an example, let me just be an example. And their influence over me kind of it stopped. And when I look back at what has happened in our family, they still eat their meat, but I'm able to say stuff like, to our little pet, I would never eat you. I would never eat your brother or your cousin, and really even bring in some of the things that they don't want to see. I'll send them a link to something so that, even if they watch a pinch of it, they've gotten a little more into their systems. And it's made a difference because we go out now. We typically don't go somewhere where there aren't options for me to just eat the best in vegan that I can going out. And it used to be we'd go to a seafood restaurant or a steakhouse where they like to go. And I would be like, a baked potato and a salad, please. And they'd be shocked. Now it's like, she wants a baked potato and a salad, no butter, no cinnamon, no all of this other stuff. Do you have any cayenne pepper? I carry my cayenne pepper with me. Meryl will tell you. Bye. Safe travels.
Yeah, she's gonna make a big announcement to the waiting space, right? About Safe Circle Alliance.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's about it for me today. It's the same. I'm doing my thing, my family. If I get to go along, I'm gonna go. You know, if we're going somewhere and doing something, they are very conscious of the fact that I eat differently than they do. We don't judge each other. There used to be some judgment. I used to get teased a lot. And I think that was one thing too. A few years ago, they ordered chicken wings or something, and I had one. And we had a family reunion not too long after that. And so we did this game of, you know, what do you know about everybody in the family? And on my list, the question was, how long has Aunt Lim been vegan? And quite a few people had the right time frame, because the thing was that I wasn't cooking for my family anymore. But then my daughter was like, don't you believe that? And I thought, oh my goodness, you know, I can't even have like one little morsel. And that said something to me. Do I want to have that one little morsel? No, I don't. Not with what I know now, not with the passion that I have for the advocacy work that we do, that I'm all about. No. And I thought, you know, no one will ever be able to say that about me again. And that was a real pivotal point. It hurt then. It's wisdom now. And it's a story that I will share and continue to share, because I know that I am not alone in that kind of experience. And I want people to know that it happens and it's okay. And who are you today? That's what matters. And so that's my story.
I appreciate that. You know, it's interesting. I want to throw some snippets at you and then get back with Mike on a few things. First of all, it was Vila, and I could so relate to that because, you know, I've been whole food, plant-based, no oil for almost 12 years. But I will say that, like, there's many versions of me. And there was a real angry part about a year and a half ago when I had to get a stent. Again, this had nothing to do with what I was eating. It was lipoprotein little a. I'm still dealing with it. We could talk about it maybe in our next segment because it's so educational and nobody knows about it. Really, they don't. And if you have heart disease, you need to know about this stuff. You need to get tested. Okay, that all being said, when I was in angry Paul mode, there were a handful of times I'd be with family members and I'd say, like, well, screw it. Let me take a bite of this or let me take a bite of that. And I would look at my family and they were like so happy that I would take a bite of this person's hamburger or a bite of this person's pizza. Like they're, oh, I'm so glad you're doing it. Good for you. And that was the last time I did that because I realized, like, I don't want to be like that. And they were getting pleasure while I knew going in, Mike, what the heck is that?
There's bug. I'm in nature. It's a little bug.
Okay.
Huge, but it was right in front of the camera lens.
It was cool. Okay. You could stop me on a dime. Okay. And you just did. Okay. So it's like, I'm watching my family going like, oh, go Paul, go Paul. I'm like, what? No more. They were enjoying the fact because I knew the next morning I was going to be doubled over in pain for hours. And it happens every single time. I will admit to everybody, 99.9% perfect. But I do have a moment every once in a while. I do have a moment. And when that happens, I know going in, I'm going to suffer the next day. So that was one snippet for you. The other one is, and it's funny because I'm watching Mike in nature. He's wearing, Mike, you've got long sleeves on, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And long pants.
Yes. If you can see, I don't know. Yeah, I do.
And what's the temperature there?
It's probably, last time I checked, it might be 60, 65.
Okay. It's a pleasant day. Okay.
Yeah.
So as a kid growing up, you know, back in the day, they didn't have all the synthetic, very comfortable cotton and all that. And, you know, being older now, my mom, I was a religious kid growing up. We'd go to the Sabbath every single Saturday. And she bought me a new wool suit. And that was wool that just, oh my God, it didn't matter. It was year round and it was the most itchiest thing I ever felt. And this is at Paul at 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. And of course, you know, my mom, who's the only one who brought me up, I loved her. You know, I loved her. I would never say a word. But what she didn't know was it wouldn't matter. I was wearing long johns underneath that wool suit in the summer. Like, you know, so I would rather sweat than be itchy. You know,
Yeah.
so when you were talking about like the clothes, V-Lynn, it was like, you know, like that was not a good moment, but it was just the love I had for my mom. I just didn't want her to know. But boy, I was so happy when everything, like I'd get home and I got to change. I was so sweaty, right? All right, next, yes. Next, really quick things. First, the thing I love about the Sage Circle Alliance, as we have Mike, young Mike here, and V-Lynn and Paul, like what I've noticed is every time, because I'm involved with like so many different conversations with so many people, is it's like, you know, you join the Sage, it doesn't matter how old they are, the color, their thoughts, their opinions. It's like all I just want to hear is their words and their commitment. That's all. I just want to hear their words and commitment to help make this different. And I would say now we're getting close to 50 people that have joined us in only a month. And every one of them wants to help make a difference. Now, their motivation is different. Everyone's got a different motivation. And I'm not blind. We all got to earn a living. Like we all got to pay bills. That's a fact. And the fact is that by working together, we might be able to pay those bills and have some money for even more fun if we work together. So that's the beauty of the Sage Circle Alliance. The last little thought is, so we're not going to talk into it today, but we are going to receive our 501c3 very soon. When we become a nonprofit, you ever have, like for me in my crazy mental life, and boy, I know Mike, you could relate because we've talked about this, where like you wake up, like I have a pad of paper next to my bed because for some reason I wake up with ideas.
Yeah.
And I'm giving everyone a heads up right now. And here's what spurred it without telling you what it is. I did not know that the underserved kids, I knew that their diet was terrible. It was terrible. But I asked the question, if you're wealthy and you have kids, what's their diet like? It's even worse because they have the ability to give them bad sentence, more bad food, you know, a bigger variety of bad food. And then it hit me that that's what we need to do. We as an organization, in the first project we're going to announce as a 501c3, is we are going to band all the Sage members together, and we're going right after the children. And here was the tip off. I just wrote about this recently. I woke up in the middle of the night. That's what you do when you're in your 60s. Gotta go. Thank goodness I go right back to bed every time. The three commercials I saw were Twizzlers, and my thought is either like licorice or you don't. But then I find out that people like the black licorice over the red or red over the black. I don't like licorice. I'm not a licorice guy. The next commercial was a fast food one, pick whatever fast food company. And the last one was that crazy diabetes medicine. Ozempic, where there's like a ton of people who are, I'm sorry, but they're obese, morbidly obese, the happiest people I've ever seen in life dancing. Like, it's cool if you're happy and you're obese. Okay, whatever. No judgment, right? But it's like, that was the lineup that I saw. And then it dawned on me, like, when was the last time you saw a kid eat an apple going, dang, this is sweet? When was the last time you saw a child having a bowl of broccoli going, wow, this tastes really good and it's good for me? You don't see it. So without getting into specifics, that is going to be the first thrust that we have as an organization with our 501c3. So I'm trying to say that anybody who's listening who agrees, whether you are worried about the planet, animal compassion, our thrust as a on the nonprofit side, it's going to be trying to create something that could be seen by every child on the planet at the same time.
Good.
So
Yeah, it's got to start early rather than re-educating adults, which is very, very difficult.
Yes.
yes.
Yes, I totally agree. And our kids have a way of influencing the behavior of adults. You know, kids have this uncanny way of presenting an issue and really saying, and this is how I'm looking at it as a kid. And is there another way to look at it, and get the parents to think differently? You know, to go home, a kid to go home and say, you know, we had this new thing in school today, and it was whatever, you know, a salad, which they don't have at home, or, you know, this little bowl of broccoli to go with whatever plant-based meat they had that day. And they go home and then tell their parents, and then say, and I really like that. And they said that it's good for me. It'll help me grow up strong. Do you think the parent's going to say, I don't believe you? If anything, they'll go and do some research. They'll ask the school. But even with schools doing that, you have to have the parent give permission for the child to have that kind of meal. And, you know, I think that kids have a real different way of influencing change in adults. When a kid tells you they need something, because they're a kid and you want to really understand their needs, you listen. Whereas as an adult, somebody says you want to change in order to make this different in your life. Like you said, Mike, to unlearn and then learn the truth is a difficult process for most adults.
Yeah. I totally agree. Mike, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, everything that you both said, and even Meryl, obviously, she's in that space, right, with children. It is the most important space for all the reasons that you mentioned, because you just get. It's true with anything. I'm finding it with the plants here on the farm, and actually in some of the videos where I explain what we're doing, I go over it. I'm like, look, this is the most important step right now, the very beginning, because if I do certain things wrong here, it's going to be almost impossible to correct them as this plant matures, because those roots are going to be spread out in basically a bunch of rocks that I can't get rid of anymore without killing the plant. I need to get those rocks out now. You know, everything has to be done. All the homework has to be done up front. And when you do it that way, just like with children, you get vastly better results going forward. And that's all we care about, is positive results. And actually, you know, Velan, you and I talked just the other day. We have a vision, and I think it's shared with the Sage Circle Alliance, that, you know, this thing that the World Health Organization calls non-communicable disease that kills 7 out of 10 people, which is modifiable, preventable, haltable, and reversible. All these diseases, these illnesses, I can see a day where this won't happen anymore. People won't develop them. People will look back at humanity and say, there was a time, you remember that one? Most people had a non-communicable disease, and now it never happens anymore. But the only way that's going to happen is when these kids don't develop it over time, right? You have to start. It's going to start with the kids, for sure. Unfortunately, I wish I could find so many open-minded people as adults, but it's harder to find. Kids are like sponges. They will absorb, right? And if you tell them the truth, they'll recognize that and they'll act on it. It's, for some reason, there's a lot of resistance in adults I've seen. You know, I don't know why, but
You know, I totally agree with that, because, you know, like I said, they just want to learn, but they're also that segment that they do what they're told a lot of times. So there's a balance between trying to educate adults at the same time trying to help the children. You know, it's my tipping point on that, just so you know, Mike, was that, you know, I went to a farm about 10, 12 years ago, and I noticed that the ears of corn, you know, growing up, I had an uncle who ran a farm, and we'd see a stalk of corn and it would have like 4 or 5 ears on it. Now you look at it, it's got 10 to 12. And I asked the guy who was running the farm, like, how'd you double the size? He goes, oh, we put this in the soil, that in the soil, basically, steroids on the soil. And I thought, okay, so what do you use your corn for? Well, we sell it to this animal factory for feed.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like thinking, okay, so you got this corn that's been modified. You're going to give it to the animal farm. So I took a tour of the animal farm, and it was like, let's get real here. The conditions were just deplorable. Even if they were super clean, these animals could not walk. These animals could not move. And we know why they were there. I'm not going to go deep into the gruesomeness of it all. But then I would look at and this happened to be a pig farm. And I don't know what like I know a heifer is like something really big, or a mammoth is something big. These are the biggest pigs I ever saw in my whole life. I mean, they weren't pigs. They were like super pigs. And I went to the guy and I said, well, I remember the pigs were like this size. Like, you got them this big. What's going on? He goes, well, we inject them with something that helps make them bigger. So I'm thinking, okay, and you feed them that corn, that modified stuff, yeah, because it's cheaper. I get more of it. And then it hit me, because I was a steak lover before I was whole food plant-based. And I said, okay, well, what happens is, and let's replace steak for ham. So now I've got this crazy corn, giving it to animals that are like superhuman, super animal size. And then they cut a piece of it off so I could eat it. I mean, well, it's no, and I know that the body is a beautiful thing, so it synthesizes and metabolizes. It takes a while,
as long as it can,
right? But it's like, well, it's absolutely no wonder why humans are sick. Like, it takes a while, but then they get the cancers and all the sicknesses
because their body can't do it anymore,
right? And that's kind of like a defining moment. And because that's a tough thing I just said, it because it's the truth, and this is what happens. This is what we're eating.
I want to add to that. Paul, it's interesting that once again, people don't understand that these animals can be fed just about anything and they will eat it. The good farmer, so to speak, will say that he feeds his pigs carrots and cabbage and lettuce and things like that. But there is proof that pigs will also eat human flesh, because when it's presented as food for them, they will eat it. So you got a dead body that you need to get rid of. This is me and my whole sci-fi side, but you got a dead body you're trying to get rid of, chop it up and feed it to the pigs and it's gone. The only thing you have to worry about after that is getting rid of the bones. But, committing the perfect murder is possible when you're looking at stuff like that. And we don't think about stuff like that. That's like, I would never do anything like that, so I'm not going to think that that is being done. Yet we have to know that all of that is possible and all of it is happening. And I am one who, we had family that lived in what we called the country, in the woods, when I was growing up, before they, big families with big acreage would sell their land to developers, and, it changed the financial wherewithal of that family, but it also brought in more housing, more traffic, and that's how communities get developed, right? So I remember this story that one of my cousins told about a neighbor who had a home on a big estate, basically like that. And they had the pigs and the sheep and the goat and the couple head of cattle. And, I was asking them, well, what are they? Because in my mind, it was the carrots and the cabbage and the lettuce that these animals ate all the time, and the grass. And what she told me was that they were feeding them some things that they got from the feed store, which was pellets of whatever that helped him to grow, which in my mind was the steroids and the antibiotics and the stuff like that. But then she said something I recently found out was that they are now allowing animals to be fed chicken dung as part of their daily diet. So you go to these animal ag plants, you don't know what they're feeding them. Mike, I think you mentioned that the other day when we were talking. You don't know what they're feeding them. And now you know that they are allowed to feed them chicken dung. I'm like, you really want to eat that?
Well, this is a whole other facet of this entire movement, right? That you're both are bringing up, because it could be, contaminants, things that maybe are just absolutely disgusting, chemicals. It not only is pervasive in animal agriculture, but also in plants potentially. And that's one of the reasons why we are doing this farm, because the only way you really know what's going on is by growing those plants. So that's another another level of education that we're trying to get into.
I appreciate that. Everyone, we've been hammering our thoughts, our stories. I'm going to have everyone take a breath. I want to give you a recipe. So we are like at the Sage, we're all over the place, but we're all in the right place. Okay.
I love that.
So let me just see if I can do this without spilling. If I spill, I'll take a 5-minute break. Okay. You can kind of get a feel. It's like it looks kind of brownish, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So everyone, I'll take a moment so you get a pencil and paper. I'll count to 10, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, here we go. So, excuse me. I took that 10-minute break and had a bowl of kale. And like I said, it kind of kicks my butt. A little piece of kale just right here, just tickles me all day long. All right, so the recipe, it's infused water. So here's a little advertisement of health. You should drink half your body weight in water every day. There you go. Pretty blanket, pretty simple statement. I do, and I make that last 16 ounces of it, make it infused water. And what I found out is it's a simple recipe. It's water, and I add 4. Now I do, let's say about a pitcher's worth. So maybe it's a half gallon of water. That's the size of about a pitcher, a normal pitcher. And then I take 4 tea bags of not chamomile, but what's the other kind, Mike? The starts with an H. It just skips me for a second. Hibiscus, yes. So get 4 little packets or whatever of hibiscus and throw it in the water, and then the fun begins. So then I take 1 apple and cut it up, 1 orange and cut it up, and then I throw in something else that makes it change. It could be strawberries, raspberries, blueberries. It could be pineapple, and Mike knows all about pineapples. Good video the other day. So you choose the fruit. Okay, so you put it all together, and you put it in your refrigerator for just a whopping 10 to 12 hours, and then you get this drink. And the drink is not water. It's not tea. It's infused water that tastes fruity good. And it allowed me to replace like a lemonade with like almost all the sugar out of it, as my alternative drink. So it was not only healthy for me, but it tastes better. There's your recipe moment at the Sage Circle Alliance.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So we've got Will Tuttle. So let's get it before we have Will join us. Michael, you are now how much time do you got, Michael?
Well, I know Dr. Tuttle, actually. He and I have done so many events together.
Oh, good.
Can't even tell you how many.
Well, how much time do you got? You still got some time for us?
Look at. Oh, yeah, I do. I have some time, a little bit of time, a few minutes. Yes.
All right. How about this? Me and V Lynn are going to not say a word. I'm going to let you talk to Will and just have some fun. Okay, bro?
All right, very good.
All right, here we go. V-Lynn. And here we go.
Bringing on Dr. Tuttle.
Yeah. Let's see.
I will
Here we go.
Yes, Dr. Tuttle.
All right.
Hi there.
Can you hear me? Is this working?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
it is.
Oh, good.
Very good.
I just want to introduce you to the audience out here in Sage Circle Alliance TV. I don't know what we're calling it, but just that you and I have done so many events together. People may not know this, that you spend almost all of the winter, right, in Florida. And until recently, we had been doing VegFest, it seemed like every couple weeks in the winter or more, sometimes.
Right.
And you were at most of them. You were either video chatting in or you were there in person at the events. And I learned so much from you. I'll tell you, especially I'd say that the biggest thing I'd say that was challenging to me right after I started listening to your talks that you were giving at the festivals was about organic, and actually it's kind of funny because where I am now, you don't even know this, I don't think, Dr. Tuttle. This is our new farm project called Mountain Ridge Farm in Virginia. And it's a totally better than organic, chemical-free, regenerative growing of plants. Right now it's grapes and cherry trees to start. So anyway, Dr. Tuttle, you're a legend, and I know your whole story too, because you've explained it at our events. I remember how you walked across the place from down the northeast United States, New England, down Tennessee, right?
Right.
You got so much knowledge and wisdom to offer. I'm so thankful that you're here and part of the Sage Circle Alliance.
I know. It's great. It's great to be here. I know. I have to, there we go. I had Madeline and I both know you and Denise so well because for many years we've been coming especially the last 4 years, coming to Florida and on the way doing lectures and events, on the way back especially, and then we spent about 2 or 3 months in Florida, and we always admire your tremendous capacity to just keep giving, putting on events and being positive and being creative and working with people and really bringing the vegan message of compassion and health to thousands of people, through all the different projects you have, the cruise, and then the not only the VegFest, but also the farm to table events we did where, the people actually grow the food and we eat the food that they're growing in various places in Florida. And I know you do, you've been doing so much. And the funny thing is we're living in a little car basically, and you're living in a little car, the two of you. We live in a little, I thought ours was the world's smallest. It's a compact car. It's only, it's a little tiny microvan, and we spent 5 months in that. But then we saw you and Denise in an actual, just a sedan.
Yeah.
in a Tesla sedan living. So right. It's very impressive. So we vegans, we're good at imitating factory farm chicken, I guess, and just, cramming us into a little box, and we do okay. But we're all about liberating animals. That's the whole thing. Yeah.
Dr. There was someone, it's very serendipitous anyway that we're talking now, because just earlier today, someone reached out to me just today and remembers you at the Plants to Table event that we did in Naples, Florida in late February. And she asked me specifically for your contact information, which I did deliver to her. So you may have already heard from her by now, but this happened within the last 3 hours,
Wow.
Hey, you guys, I'm picking up on something, which is you guys talked about a little minivan, a little car. So here's maybe you could help me. So I said to my wife, very soon I want to drive to Oregon, Seattle, California. Okay, now I'm whole food, plant-based, no oil. So there's a challenge. And it's like, any secrets? Because I think I'll be okay, but maybe I'm worried about her a little bit as she's stuck with me for 5 days, but we're together all the time anyway. But is there any kind of secrets for the road that you could share?
Well, yeah, the main thing really when you're on the road is to just be proactive in making sure you have good food that you make yourself. That's what we do. I mean, we really don't go to restaurants very much because we're strict, and we'd only eat organic, whole, plant-based foods, which most restaurants don't prepare unless you're maybe in a big city where they have a lot of vegan restaurants. But we pretty much stay away from big cities also. We like to be out more in the country. So we just go to like a Whole Foods or this really, as you come to the Western United States, maybe you have it where you are. There's Natural Grocers is a great chain too, and they have a lot of organic vegan food, and we make sandwiches and we make meal. We do picnics. We do a lot of picnics, and we do them in beautiful places. Somewhere like we can find a little state park or somewhere, as much as possible. Kind of look at your map as you're going. Depends on how much time you have, but spending time in nature and having good food that you prepare yourself, I think, is the best thing. You can also use Happy Cow, the app, and look for restaurants and health food stores that way too. But it's just a matter of, I'm very fortunate. I have a Madeline who's absolutely a genius at traveling with food, and we've done so much traveling. We've given lectures in all 50 states and traveled all over the world, and with just a little carry-on backpack and just bringing food with us wherever we go, and lived in China and India and all over the place. So I think it's just a matter of learning by doing, and make sure you just keep yourself healthy. If you want to stay healthy and have good food, don't let your values go down. Keep a high bar. I think it's a good idea.
Thank you. Mike, you got something you want to?
Yeah, I can give you our routine. Well, you mentioned pineapples. We eat a ton of pineapples. So we're constantly going shopping because you can never know when you're going to find ripe fruit. So you've got to go from store to store to store. Make that in your route. You're constantly stopping in produce aisles. We generally will eat pineapples for breakfast. Maybe 3 pineapples will split between us. Ton of calories, ton of water. I know you mentioned water. We get our water from the fruit generally. We usually will have a salad we prepare for ourselves at lunch. So we got 2 raw meals right there. And then for dinner, if we get something and we don't want to eat just bananas or some other fruit, then we will go to a restaurant. But we'll kind of what we've honed in on, because like that's what it says, very hard to eat and not damage your health at any restaurant, unfortunately. We love pizza. So we'll go to a pizza place where I can ask them if they have any dairy in their crust. And if they say no, then I'll say, okay, give me your veggie pizza with no cheese. I don't even want the vegan cheese because that's not healthy for you either. And that'll be a dinner. Or something else we've done more recently is we go to Thai restaurants, because generally most of the Thai restaurants, you got to make sure they don't have fish sauce in there, but they will not use oil. They'll use coconut milk though, which is not quite as bad as oil. Okay. But it's better. So, but those are more things that we'll do on occasion. The fruit and the salad is every single day when we're on the road. And actually, the biggest thing for us, like I said, is shopping, right? Finding that fresh produce, because it only lasts a couple of days. You've got to eat it right away anyway. And that's a good thing, because the shorter the shelf life, the longer your life.
I appreciate that. I want to throw one more quick recipe to everybody that is really healthy. So it's really, because I'm all about making mass amounts with the least amount of ingredients. Okay, that's one of my superpowers. So I'll count to 11. So you'll get a pencil and paper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, here we go. So like I was buying balsamic vinegars, and they're great. There's so many varieties. But I thought, hey, I need to create the Paul salad dressing that doesn't have oil. So I basically just let everybody know I'm blessed to have a super blender. Okay, so I put this all in my super blender. I take a little bit of sesame seeds, just a little bit, a little handful. Then I put some pepper in it. Then I take orange, squeeze out the oranges, squeeze out the limes, and then I squeeze out the lemons. And then I just mix it really fast. And it is the most fruitful, enjoyable salad dressing. I've ever had. I've never bought balsamic since. Not that they're bad; they're good for you. But I wanted something that was always fresh to put on my lettuces because I probably eat 2 bales of kale a day, and I will continue forever. I'm so thankful. I like kale. By the way, I steam my kale for about 60 seconds, and then it just brings out the taste with the dressing. So there's a dressing. Now, that all being said, Mike, this is for you because I'm going to ask Will this question. Will, first of all, I am always honored to see you, my friend, and thank you. Just thank you. Thank you for being part of this. And I was telling people earlier, the second person on my love channel, which is, my wife, my kids, grandkids, it's my dog. And I told my wife, don't ever ask me to choose because she won't like the answer. Never felt more loved by an animal in my whole life, by anybody in my whole life. Will, you have a wand. I'm giving you a wand. It's a magic wand. You could wish for one thing, just anything, one thing, but you have to tell me also what frustrates you. What is frustrating you? So go ahead, please. I'd love to hear your answer.
Okay, so the magic wand is if I could have anything I would like, that idea.
Everything.
I would be that Mike has a total success with his mountaintop project up there, and has a great life with Denise, and they go forth and multiply the message of veganism to the whole world.
Nice.
So we wish you the best, Mike. Really, it sounds great.
Nice.
And what frustrates me, I guess, really is my so far inability. Of course, I'm very blessed to have the best. I feel like the best wife anyone could ever have. My beautiful Madeline partner. We have a mission together, and I guess our mission really is to veganize planet Earth. And I'm frustrated that we haven't succeeded yet, but we still have a few more years to go here, and that people resist the message so strenuously. The message of freedom, really, for themselves and for animals. It's like, we're all in these prisons, and we say, look, the door's open, you can walk out, come on. And they, no, we're going to stay here, and we're going to suffer and get sick and make everybody else sick and destroy the earth. And we don't need to. I mean, if the door's open, we can walk out, we can liberate animals and liberate ourselves. And the programming and the addiction really to the cultural program is frustrating. But I also understand, that's why I wrote The World Peace Diet and my new book, Food for Freedom, that just we're so programmed from infancy that what I'm asking them is to sort of let go of the program, and that is profoundly frightening for most people. So people would rather not leave the prison; they'd rather stay in the prison and suffer and cause suffering. So I think the good news is that the frustration, I think in a sense it builds character. It sort of compels creativity. What's that saying? Necessity is the mother of invention. So there's a necessity to somehow develop the capacity to be more creative and more kind and compassionate and understanding, and realize that while I'm here, the best thing I can do is to model this whole thing, just to try to be an example of what we're talking about, because words don't really make that much difference. I mean, words can help people, but I think it's really the way we live our lives that is the greatest teaching. More than anything we say, it's really what we do and how we live. And that's why I like, this idea of growing our own food. We're doing the same thing in a different way here in California. We have about 75 fruit and nut trees, and we're out there, especially Madeline, but we're working every day and bringing in the food and eating it, and we even get to sell a little bit at the farmers market and kind of spread the word. So I think also growing food, actually growing healthy organic vegan food is a great thing too, besides spreading the message, to try to help people to realize that we can be more self-sufficient. We can reduce the centralization in our society, which I think is a huge problem. As soon as power and food and money and information gets centralized in the hands of a few people, that's really the prison. That's why people are in the prison. So we need to encourage everybody to get out of the prison, grow their own food, take responsibility for their health and for the quality of their mind and their consciousness, because that's really the key, is that we allow our minds to be invaded by toxic media, and that keeps people kind of lost. So it's definitely a lot to do here in one lifetime, but we're doing our best. So we appreciate all you guys, what you're doing.
Well, thank you. It's interesting. You being on the animal side and me being on the human health side with our organizations, there was a moment not too long ago where I would say, like, why am I doing this? Like, I'm not, the message is not resonating. It's not growing. And I wrote about the fact that it's like, they're still serving bad food at hospitals. They're not teaching it in schools, in medical schools. The doctors aren't talking about it. And this has been my personal life's work for 11 straight years of, like, crazy hours. And we all of us here understand that. And then I woke up with this epiphany saying, I'm just looking at the end result as the victory in my life, or how I judge myself being successful. And I was looking at it wrong. And then I re-gauged it and said, here's how I need to look at it. And we've talked about this earlier today. It is, someone's got to build the foundation. Somebody has to. No one person could do it alone, but they need a Sage Circle Alliance, a group of like-minded people building that foundation. And one of the reasons why I wrote that letter a year and a month ago, it was not for this moment, even though I'm so blessed to have Mike and Dr. Tuttle and V. Lynn with me at this moment, but it was out of frustration. It was like, man, I keep seeing the 10 people at the top, they're doing great, and everyone beneath them is just making it, or somebody else calls, hey, I can't keep doing this plant-based thing, I'm going broke, or like, it was like so much. I'm like, why can't we just all work together? Like, just let's rebuild it, and let's build it better and stronger and smarter. And that's what I wrote about, and that's why we're here today, just for this moment. So, Will, I understand how you feel. I live in those shoes. I do. But I just recentered how I look at it, because if not, I would, my head would explode, to be honest with you.
Well, it's a great question. Frustration, it's like, it's how an oyster makes a pearl, really, right? I mean, it's that irritation and the frustration. It's really calls forth, I think, ultimately the best in us. We are here to serve humanity and animals and the beautiful earth we're part of. And so we wouldn't do that if we didn't have this feeling that it could be better. So I'm glad of that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
V-Lynn, you've been taking this in, and
I have. This has been a great conversation, and I totally agree and can relate. We're talking about some of the things that cause people to change, things that create change. And it's always I think about the caterpillar and the way that the caterpillar turns into the butterfly. If it were not for the process within the cocoon, that the butterfly wouldn't have what it has in its beauty and splendor when it finally starts to fly and do its job in the world. And it amazes me the number of people, myself included, who their story of change and the cause of change is how they decided there was more to do. There was a bigger conversation to have. And, finding the Sage Circle Alliance and those who are in the same conversation really does amplify our voices. It gives a little more strength to the message. And when we can say we're a part of an organization that's moving out into the world to spread this message, we don't feel like we're doing it ourselves. And there's so many of us in business and in the work that we have done that it has felt like a struggle because we've been doing it ourselves. And now we have the support system in place to be where we can go to get fed and fueled and inspired and keep going on our journey to do even more and have the conversations to bring in even more who want to be in this. I cannot imagine the number of students in medical school who are going to medical school these days to think that there's a lot of money in it, only because most of them come out with these huge amounts of debt from the education, and then it's the struggle. But what if there was a way that we could do something? And, it just made me think about the podcast coming online, Sage Talk for Wicked Problems. And this is the kind of thing that we're doing now, and we want to do more of in having the conversations. What if there was a way for us to put students through medical school because of the plant-based side of things that creates a pool of funding that subsidizes their education, but they're in there and they are able to influence other students to learning this information and becoming more of an advocate for themselves in the way of plant-based living that we know is the foundation of all things changing. If more people ate plants, more animals would survive. We have less of a need to grow animals to kill animals, and the planet would result in, benefiting from all of this. And so I think that we have the group, the people with the ideas, and the people who do things. These are people who make things happen. Dr. Will, you're out there, you've written a new book. You're looking at how can I get out there to meet more people, to talk about not just the content of the book, but the content of the book that's going to stay with people and help people to understand that there's freedom in this change that we're talking about. And Mike, people seeing you as an example of, this new farmer that's taken on this task, and you're talking about, bringing the kids in to do a field trip and, spend time in nature and the forest bathing. And Paul, with what you've done with PBNSG so far, it's been phenomenal. The more I talk about PBNSG, the more I find out that others know about PBNSG and that they don't know about the Sage Circle Alliance and the fact that the food foundation that leads to so much other change is possible for them to be a part of as well. It really makes me think about, too, the whole VegFest thing. Mike and I were talking the other day. I'm the speaker coordinator for the Georgia VegFest event that's going to be here at the end of August. And I've got one more slot open for a speaker, and I'm doing a panel. I was like, I've got 6 spots for speakers for the day. And I turned one of them into a panel so that I could get a bigger conversation in, right? And then I'm like, okay, and these are vegan people. So, do you want an exhibitor table so that you can do a cooking demonstration, when you're not speaking? And, it's like this is, and really have the conversation out on the junk food floor that's going to have people say, oh, that's something different. And, oh, that's real plant food. And, oh, this is where I feel like I can make a bigger impact. And this is how I support the people who are out there writing the books and doing the farms. I'm writing the book, but I'm not doing the farm. I'm not the PhD, I'm not the medical doctor, but these are the people that I'm helping to have the platform, the bigger platform, to have their conversations. And I told Mike, actually, Mike told me, well, if you can make a change, I said, I'm doing it one VegFest at a time. But isn't that how we have to do it? And I had no idea that you guys had done this whole VegFest thing for so long and trying to make a bigger impact. And maybe with what I'm doing, others at other VegFests can do something similar if they haven't already. And I've not been to a VegFest event where even a raw food demonstration was able to happen. They were fixing and selling their stuff. And I went through one and I was like, these desserts look delicious. Where's the no sugar stuff? Where's the no oil stuff? There wasn't any. So I think we're poised for change. And I'm really happy to be in the position I'm in to affect the opportunity for others like all of you to extend and have a bigger voice by some of the things that I'm able to do.
Well, thank you, Veland. Peggy, we're gonna bring you on with some questions. I'm starting to hear a little bit of background noise.
Maybe that's me.
Yeah,
Mute.
I'm gonna go with it's you. But okay, so I'm gonna put you on mute, but I'm gonna bring you right back. Okay, Will, can you tell people about your new book?
Sure. Yeah, and I'll kind of wrap things up here. So thank you, Veland, for all your efforts and tying that in all together. I have a book that just came out called Food for Freedom, Reclaiming Our Health and Rescuing Our World. And it's another big book. It's the first really big book I've done since the World Peace Diet, which is now almost 20 years ago. And that book, the World Peace Diet, is still selling quite well and published in about 18 languages. Now, Food for Freedom basically takes a lot of the main ideas in the World Peace Diet and brings it up to date with what's been happening over the last 5 or 6 years to help us make the connection between how we exploit and take away the freedom of animals and how that boomerangs back. And we find our own human beings really are being increasingly exploited and having our freedom eroded. So the whole idea underlying, of course, the book is that it's only when we as human beings liberate animals that will have a solid and valid foundation for our own freedom. And freedom is not just health freedom. I mean, health freedom is really important. And we're not really free if we're not healthy. If we're not healthy, we're kind of trapped in a body that has no energy and is in pain and can't really function very well. So it's important for us to really be proactive about our health, but also to be proactive about all types of freedom, about political freedom, economic freedom, and health freedom, and to liberate animals. Because as soon as we start imprisoning them, we sow the seeds for the same thing to happen to us. And no one is really talking about this. I mean, no one is really making the connection between the fact that we're imprisoning millions of animals and we're seeing that by force medicating them and tracking them and doing all these things that erode their freedom and happiness, we see the same thing increasingly happening in the human world. And it's also kind of a ringing the alarm bell kind of a book, that it's essential for us to really take this seriously now. And the final thing I'll say is that it's also a book that's leading into the third book in the series, which is already written and will be out within the next month. And that's called The World Peace Way, which is basically a book on just how to thrive and celebrate our lives on this beautiful earth. And it gives, not only about food, but about meditation and exercise and creativity and relationships and connecting with nature. There's really certain things. Food is important to be healthy. I mean, that is an important factor, but a lot of people think it's the only thing. If you eat healthy, then you should never be sick. And there's really a lot more to it. And a lot of it is our inner attitudes and how we live our lives and the quality of our relationships. And if we're really being creative in our lives and connecting with nature and learning to quiet our mind and connect to the inner silence, where really we are not just this physical body anyway. We are the infinite consciousness that makes this body possible and that activates it. And we have to understand that, because we're only here for a few short years. And in the big picture, we're here to learn and grow and contribute. So Food for Freedom gives the big picture of what's happening now, and then the World Peace Way, which is coming, is sort of how to manifest that, each of us individually in our lives, and contribute that to the collective. So it's really working with all of what you're doing, with what Mike is up to, and you, V-Lyn, and Paul, the Sage Circle Alliance. And I think it's really part of the transformation of our society that's so important right now. So thank you, everyone, for your efforts, and we have to just go forth now and multiply this message as much as we can.
Will, thank you. And, you know, we're going to have a book section on the SCA website. So that will give you an opportunity. And, you know, the thing I'd like to just say about the Sage Circle Alliance is the beauty of this thing is that soon I'm going to go to Will Tuttle and say, you've got a website. Please put our Sage Circle Alliance logo and give me a drop down in one of your categories so we could all connect up together, because this is what it's about. It's about connecting together as one without judgment. Like, and that's simply, you know, that's how we roll. Okay. So we're going to have a place, because we have so many quality educating and authors. We're going to have a chance for people to go find Will's latest book and get excited about his next book. By going on the Sage Circle Alliance, touching books, finding Will's book, boom, he buys Will's book. Okay, so we're going to be connecting all these dots between our members, our charter members and founding members. But I just want to let you know about that, Will. And again, you know, just you know, having your presence part of our presence is a beautiful day. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, everyone. It's welcome, Peggy. I can bow out here. I know it's a little bit a lot of people. So thank you, Mike. Great to see you. And
Thanks, Dr. Will. It's great to see you.
go forth and keep farming, growing the food. All right.
Bye, Will.
Bless
Bye.
you all. Thanks. Yeah. Bye-bye.
All right, Miss Peggy.
Yes, I think I found a quieter spot. I'm in a little hallway now.
All right. Well, here's how we set people up. Now, we say, hey, welcome, and we're going to hear your story. But I want to ask you one question. I'm now handing you the magic wand. The magic wand gives you a wish. You can wish for anything, but you have to also share one of your biggest frustration.
And that wish has to do with plant-based diet, vegan diet. Wow.
It could be anything.
Well, if it could be anything, I wish that my husband would sell his fishing boat already. So that's actually that is probably going to happen. We have a very interested buyer. So that is my first wish, because he really needs to get out of that industry. And yeah, it's just tearing his just wearing down his body. Anyway, but if I had to pick another wish, because I get two, because I had a long day. I get two wishes. My wish is that I just wish that every health provider would know about and just offer plant-based diet as a treatment method. The patient still has a chance to say no, not interested, but many of them will say, tell me a little bit more. And if that person happens to have diabetes, type 2 diabetes, then the provider will say, call Peggy, she can help you. So my frustration going along in the plant-based diet world, my frustration really just sort of tags onto that one, is that doctors don't know. They ignore, if they do know, they ignore it, and they don't say anything. And it's the biggest secret in healthcare.
You know, it's interesting. We've been going at this and for 3 hours so far. I mean, I've been doing this now. I must admit, because you guys are my friends, this is the most attention I've given anything in like so long. And I trust the fact that I say that only because it's like an issue that I've always had as far as staying on point and staying with something long enough, because it just tells you how interested I am, because I've been able to stay on point, even though I'm going to take a 5-minute break in a few minutes. My point here is that you got a second wish. Okay. And as you should. And I'm thinking, hey, V Lynn, like, while I take just a few minutes, because nature, and we've been talking a lot about nature, but it just gave me a call.
It's calling you.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul. Hurry up. The bus is leaving. All right. But
while you're gone,
yeah.
I'm going to share my frustration and my wish, because I didn't get to yet. I must have been talking too much.
Good. And hey, one last thing before I say goodbye. Peggy?
Yes.
Thank you for being part of this. Thank you.
I'm honored to be part of this. This is, we need to join together to spread this message.
God bless. I'll be right back, you guys. I'm not leaving you. Just be right back.
Okay.
Very good. So it's going well today, I would imagine. It always goes well for anything that you touch.
Well, it helps when I have people like you, when we have people like you to participate and, just play full out, give your best, and be in this conscious conversation. It really makes a difference. So thank you.
So nice to be here. I'm just finishing up a day at the hospital, and I'm about to ride my bicycle home. But I am on my phone in the courtyard, sort of, at the hospital, and it's a beautiful day here in New York. So I'm looking forward to pedaling my way home.
When I saw you, I thought you had a cycling jersey on. That's your, yeah.
Actually, I don't need this anymore. Yeah, this is I ride every year for Diabetes Research Institute. My very first diabetes patient, he came to me. His doctor diagnosed him with type 2 diabetes, and he walked in my office, and I thought, you don't look like you have type 2 diabetes. So we talked about it, and I said that we can do this the American Diabetes Association way, or we could do this my way, and he chose my way. And within 12 days, he was off his medication. But
wow.
So he supports DRI now, and every September we ride a ride together, raising money for DRI. So that's why this shirt.
That is awesome. I love that. When I was riding, I would ride for the MS Society and raise money for the MS Society. My sister was diagnosed a couple of decades ago, and I would do weekend rides.
Wow.
And I loved those because you could pick like 25 miles, 50, 75, or 100. And I did it for several years in a row and got up to, my last ride was 100 miles on day 1. And I did 75 on day 2.
Wow.
And I loved it. And I was able to really, because of it, make a substantial contribution to the MS Society.
Perfect.
But yeah. And those were fun days.
V-Lynn, you're on the West Coast, right? Or you're
I used to be on the West Coast. I used to be in the San Francisco Bay Area. I used to live just north of San Jose, and just south of Palo Alto, in a little city called Mountain View. And right next to Mountain View, I lived in Mountain View for most of the 10 years that I was there. I lived in Sunnyvale for the other time. But I love that area, and I loved riding. One of the rides that I did was the coastline. I rode from South San Francisco to Monterey,
Nice.
and that was a 100-mile bike ride. But along the coast, it was beautiful. But I don't know if you've ever driven a coastal highway. The wind from the ocean against the mountainous sides there. I mean, that made the ride challenging, but it also made it so beautiful.
Wow.
I mean, I tell everybody I saw more of the California coastline from the seat of my bike than most people see in a lifetime.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I have to say the closest I got to that was here on Long Island. For a number of years I did the Montauk Century. So we started out in Babylon, and it's 100, same thing, it's a century, it's 100 and change miles to the Montauk Lighthouse. And although you don't ride, some of it is along the ocean, and yeah, but we have prevailing west winds, so they can actually help blow you to Montauk. But I have to say that there was one year that I started that ride, and it was raining, and it was 20-mile-an-hour north winds. I got about 30, 40 miles in, and I just was close to home, so I veered off the path, and I just rode right home. So that was probably the last time I did it. So
there you go.
but
Making it through those challenges, though, I mean, that actually taught me a lot about, really confirmed for me a lot about the strength and the resiliency and just the determination that I had to do something once I put my mind to it. And I guess that's the same thing now as far as the plant-based journey that I'm on and the work that we do with Vegan Visibility Productions, and just supporting people like you, the coaches, the diabetes coaches, the nutrition coaches, the business owners who are looking to gain more visibility through the work that they do, and doing it in a collaborative way. So the Sage Circle Alliance really poses the best of opportunities for me to do more of my work. I've got a nice big pool of people that I can reach into and call on and say, hey, are you up for doing this? I've got this opportunity here. And even Kathleen and I are creating things. We're going to be doing a book anthology, and we're going to be looking for authors to speak on this topic. Where would I go to find them? Within this group, of course.
Sage Circle Line. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. And similar to you, I am in the market for a plant-based endocrinologist, because right now, like I didn't finish my story about Peter and the DRI chart, but he was originally diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. But he went on, after we got him off of his type 2 diabetes meds, he went on to develop type 1 diabetes. He really had type 1 diabetes. That's why he didn't look like a true person with type 2 diabetes. So, but I would have loved to send him to a plant-based doctor, because he was following my protocol. And if his doctor kept telling him, no, Peter, just take the medication, And I'm like, Peter, you don't have type 2 diabetes. And his doctor just kept giving him medications, was not paying attention to what he was eating or how he was exercising. So I need an endocrinologist who really understands plant-based diet, how it improves, changes blood sugar, exercise, the impact of that. So me too. Once I get once I figure out all the pockets of people that are involved in Sage Circle Alliance, I'm going to start to do the same thing. Like, I want you, and I want you, and I want you, and I want you to be part of the Erasing Diabetes medical team, especially endocrinologists.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I think this is perfect time to actually share that the Sage Circle Alliance's charter membership is open, and it will be open through the end of June. We have had an amazing month of live interviews and conversations on not just some of the wicked problems that are out there for us to potentially solve or start the solving of or contribute to the solving of, but this is an opportunity for us to say, hey, if you're out there,
Yeah.
if you know an endocrinologist who's plant-based, send them our way. Let's make the connection for us and let us grow this organization to a point where we can affect change in so many ways. And one of the ways that we want to do it, one of the ways that we're positioned to do it, is when we have our base of providers, we'll call us, we're going to create another level of membership that is for people who are looking for, like your friend Peter. It'd be the perfect place for him to come and say, hey, I'm being told this, this, and this. Is there someone within your organization that can help? And then we get that information flowing to you, and Peggy, you can make the connection, and that person not only feels as though they've got somebody to connect within you, but you've got the support network to provide everything that that person needs and then some. And I love the fact that there's the and then some as well, because we talk about community impact. How do you impact within your community? Well, that's a great question. Wouldn't it be great if somebody says, here are some of the things that you can do within your community? And that's an offering up out of the Sage Circle Alliance. There's just so much in the way of opportunity for the provider resources, the people like us, the professionals like us. And our membership is open right now. You're able to be a Sage Circle Alliance member, a charter member, for a nominal annual membership fee. And on top of that, we are actually looking at the future of plant-based lifestyle being now. Our focus in health and compassion and saving our planet. The conversation is so much bigger than any one of us, yet together we have the resources to address it from different vantage points and make a bigger difference. So I'm just happy I got to connect with you. I'd seen you out there and coming within the Sage Circle. I now know you and consider you as a friend. We're on a mission together. That's exciting.
That's incredibly exciting. I don't want to say I was a lone wolf, but I really didn't have connections to others who were like I was. And I got tired of, well, I didn't get tired, but it gets weary trying to, I don't want to say convert people, but always counter their questions and or accusations. And so I need sometimes to refuel with like-minded people so that I can go back and I can say, let's look at it this way, or I know your question was so and so, but Lynn had said that maybe this would work for you. So that's just have that moral support of a whole organization that's just like I am in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. And, if you want to find out more about us, definitely check out the website, but find us on YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Find us on Facebook, like our Facebook page, and stay in touch and be in the conversation. If you have questions about what the organization can provide for you, ask the questions. Right now, you're going to see so much in social media. It's been fun doing this for our membership drive for the month of May. But what's really going to be fun is pushing things out through social media and through our individual newsletters and on our websites and in our blog posts and in our blog articles about the Sage Circle Alliance and a lot of the things that we've talked about, from the problems to the ideas and the solutions and the community and the camaraderie and the potential to affect change and make such an impact in the world. Because
I
it's needed.
agree. Yeah, that's we have so many ideas. Like I think my ideas are great because that's what we all do. We think our ideas are great, but when you hear ideas of other people, they like blow me away. Like, how come I didn't think of that? That's terrific, and we could use that over here and that one's idea. So yeah, to really I have been able to spend this month with all these with you and with Paul and Mike and Will, and it's just been great, and the lots of other Cid and whoever else was on. I quite a list. Was wonderful, and I am looking forward to the social media posts. I want to see how much fun they are going to be. Right, I'm a little tired of the humdrum of I don't want to say humdrum of plant-based diet, but exciting and new. That's what Sage Circle Alliance is going to be, because we have all these different. We have these same different people with the same interest, and it's just I look forward to that. And the website, you're right, Veland, is awesome. That's when it sort of all came together for me. When I thought that there were pieces sort of like in the periphery, and then all of a sudden I saw the website and I thought, wow, this is the real thing.
And it's easy to navigate, and I right now I don't see a piece that I can say something is missing. Let's add this. I haven't had that idea yet. But
yeah. But I'm sure there's something. I mean, thinking of a lot of different things in my mind. I don't know which one to say first. It's so encompassing. It's probably not the word, but there are pages for people. There's pages for books and blogs and accomplishments and ideas, and it just is. But I know that there's going to be something else, because somebody's going to say, "Hey, let's do this," and we're going to do it, because that thing will bring us closer to spreading the word about the health effects or the health benefits of a plant-based diet, and how we can be more compassionate to the animals and more earth friendly. Paul is back. Paul is back. What do you got there?
Hello.
Oh, you got Kathleen. I can't see you. My screen is too small. Something red you're holding?
Oh, that's Paul.
Yeah.
Paul just got back too.
Paul's on mute. Let me unmute him. There you go, Paul. You're unmuted.
Okay. I just wanted to let people know that I needed some energy, and I thought to myself, an apple is so underrated, because every time. By the way, there's a lot of background stuff going on. Okay, thank you. The apple is underrated, because every time I eat an apple, I always say this: why don't I eat more apples? Like all, like a couple, 3, 4 a day, because they're so sweet. And look at this. Let's have an apple kiss. Mwah. Mwah. Okay.
Cheers.
Well, that was that apple cider?
No, actually, no. I had my apple cider in my smoothie today, but this has orange pico tea or something. I don't know. It's like, I like my morning tea. I don't drink coffee. Tea's my deal.
I got you, girl.
Yeah.
So, wait.
Oh, you're on mute, Peggy.
We'll unmute you.
You. Okay. There you go.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, I'm not a coffee gal either. Tea is my thing. You either. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a water person. I just drink. I just like the whole body flow thing going on every day.
Thank you for sharing, Paul. That was. I
Hey,
got a
sharing
nice
is
visual
caring.
on that. Yeah.
Sharing is caring.
You know, I have to tell you, I actually was listening on my morning walk this morning, had a delightful walk and listening to Dr. Greger. And he was talking about if you eat an apple before you do your meal, that you actually will lose calories as a result of the apple because you eat about 300 calories less of the main course. And it's like, that's interesting. And he went into the whole science on it. And so an apple before a meal is, according to him, a great idea. And I think he knows a thing or two about eating nutritiously.
Yeah, he's one of a kind.
There was a thing about that apple a day. Not only did it keep the doctor away,
That's
he
what they
didn't
said.
get sick because that apple was an opportunity to just keep the flow going. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Love my apples and clementines. Oh my gosh. My two favorites. Apples and clementines and pomegranate seeds. If I can take the time to open a pomegranate, oh my gosh, I just love those things.
Yeah, it is amazing to me. They're like, for me, I like a lot of different fruits, but I like them like in season type fruits. And every year I take a ride to Ludington, Canada, where they have peaches. And I don't know, that's also the plant for Heinz ketchup. I'm just throwing that in. But whatever they do in that soil, you ever have a peach when it's at its perfect prime where you can't really you got to eat it over the sink because it's just gushing with it. And so every late August, I drive out and then I have to spend hours at the border moving my peaches across the border. But I got to tell you, it tastes so good. But, when it comes to fruits, I kind of got into whatever's in season because that's when it tastes the best. Because let's get real. Like, I love watermelon, but watermelon in January just doesn't taste that great.
And something that I finally realized, somebody pointed out to me, the watermelons that we've been getting with no seeds in them. It's like, that's not really watermelon. The watermelon we should be eating has seeds. That's what watermelons do. And I thought, okay, so how do you tell from the outside if a watermelon has seeds or not?
Don't you read the sign that says?
I don't know. Yeah, you read the sign. Seed or seedless? Yeah. How do you tell?
You get somebody to cut it open.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you, who loves watermelon is chickens.
Besides me?
No, our chickens love watermelon. That's like a treat. We diced it up for them. And then, it's like if we want to move them so we can move the tractor, we were working out in the pasture today, and you just give them a bunch of watermelon. They go running towards it, and then you can move the tractor.
Freedom.
Yep, there you go.
Since we're kind of going into the whole watermelon thing, I was always interested in trying to choose the right, like, how do you choose that's the watermelon amongst many different watermelons? And everyone's got this thing where you look at the core and you thunk it a few times. But I read, and it's so far it's so good, is how you see the watermelon, it's got like yellow to green, yellow to green, yellow. And if there's like two and a half fingers or so in between each one, then that's the one you want to choose. And so far it's been good. I mean, it's been
what if you have stubby fingers? Stubby fingers compared to long
said,
piano fingers.
I
mean, there is a difference there, Paul.
Look at these ham hocks are wide and small, but strong. But the point being is that I said 2.5, so it gives room for the thin, beautiful fingers that my wife has to these little meat claws that I have.
So yours is 2.5, hers is 3.
Well, hers is 2 plus a gap, and mine's 2.5 to perfection.
All right. And Peggy, I put you on mute. If you saw that.
Yeah, because I'm starting to be eaten alive by the bugs over here. I don't know where.
It's because you're so sweet.
But that's
Paul,
they
you
don't
are
want my
just
apple.
such a charmer.
I hope they don't want my apple. I want to have that one later on.
Yeah,
If it's all right with the three of you, I'm going to start my pedaling home. It's going to take me 40 minutes.
Hey, Peggy Kraus, we love you and thank you. I thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for being you, all three of you. And I'm so glad that you're part of my life now. All right.
And likewise.
Back at you for sure.
All right.
Take care.
Okay. Go Sage Circle Alliance.
Yay.
All right. So here we are. Here we are.
Wow.
So good to see everybody. And before I came on, I was peeking in and listening to the conversation you were having, Velin, with Peggy about bicycling and the 100-mile rides, living in Mountain View. I caught some of that, and then I was actually posting for people to join in, and looks like we've definitely got some people on the live stream. I love it. I love it.
We had 10 up at one point that I could see.
Awesome. That's awesome. So, and how is Paul today?
Well, I just admitted to everybody that this is the longest I've ever stayed in one place in the last lifetime.
Where you live? Your home?
I've been, I'm
on this live stream today.
Yeah, like I'm sitting. I've been sitting longer, thinking more, talking more than I have at any one time ever. So it's got its challenges, but it's good. It's just interesting because every single person that we brought on today and everybody who's joined us over this 30 days, it's like, like half of them do work with me at the Plant-Based Nutrition Support Group. These are my hosts and my facilitators. So like I get to know them there, but then I get awed by them, just blown away that they have more in them to give. Like there's so much more. And then with vegan, visibility productions and the work that you guys do. I mean, the coolest thing I always thought about the two of you is the two of you. Okay, now that was the funny part.
Well, we can end the live stream here. I mean, enough said. Keep going.
What I love about it is it's like, here are two different ladies. Okay, and I use the word ladies because that's what I think you guys are. You're ladies.
Absolutely. I accept it.
I agree.
And I look at like Meryl and Paul, and oh my Lord, are we different? Like we're different. Okay. And yet it works.
Absolutely.
And when I see the two of you and I get to be with you two, I notice it works. It just works. And y'all have your different skill sets and stuff like that.
Yes.
So that's number one. Number two, what has impressed me is that, you could be, and I was like a pure entrepreneur. So for a good 25, 30 years, I had one big goal in the money world, which is make the most money I can.
Right.
Along the way, I can't say that, I'm certainly not the person, I wasn't the empathy officer at all. I was the money officer. I was making money, but I was still working. I was still working this hard, but my goal was to take care of my family, take care of my 3 sons and wife, work, make money. But I look at the two of you and I think, let's get real here. When you work in the vegan plant-based world, we're not rich. We're rich in other things, but we're not rich financially. And I find that every time you make a connection with somebody, it'd be great if you could have them pay you in full price, but you always work with them. You're always willing to work with them. And it could be, hey, instead of giving me $1, give me 75 cents. Well, that's working with somebody. Or it could be, hey, you still owe me $1, but I'm going to give you twice as much for that $1. So I find a lot of parallels with what Meryl does, and what I do, in that, I have a tough time saying no. I learn along the way so I don't repeat the things I agreed to that I wish I didn't.
Right.
And I think across the whole landscape, as we met all these people in these last 30 days, it's, I think they're all humble, hardworking people. Like they're humble people. They're not in it to make the money. They're in it to help others.
Right.
And it's a challenge.
We have a way of saying that wherein we help people to see the way that they can make a bigger impact. And as a result of that, it will show in revenue.
Right.
And so, it flips the script. Most people are out there wanting to make the revenue and then say, when I make the money, I'll make the impact. And we know that when you are doing more, the end result is, the back end result is that the money will come because of it. And we've seen it happen in our business. And I thank you for recognizing that, because for the dollar that we get, we do give twice as much.
Right.
And we have people telling us that they value that from us. And it makes us want to keep doing that.
Absolutely. You know, and one of the reasons that I am motivated to have good revenue streams is because, as Belin pointed out to me, I didn't even realize this. We have a sanctuary within our home, and for real, we have horses, chickens. We unfortunately lost a chicken yesterday to a wild animal. We don't know what kind, but unfortunately that happened. But we've got dogs, we've got a cat, and our home is open as an animal appears, and we are self-funded. It's like there's no outside funding. So the business actually gives us the opportunity to take care of the animals in the way that they deserve to be taken care of. And I have to remind them where they came from sometimes, because they're very spoiled. Like, we have one horse that he looks at hay and he gains weight, and he's literally got a thyroid problem. So we have him on thyroid medicine, and he gets very upset. And I say, now, do you remember where you came from? You know, your mom was found with 100 horses, 60 who literally were dead in the desert, because this was during a horse trade period that it was just horrendous. And we didn't even know his mom was pregnant. Well, turns out our neighbor was fostering, and one thing led to another. And now Dustin, 14 years later, is our big boy, and literally big boy. But it's like, we have to remind him that, Dustin, there was a day that you almost didn't come to be. So, you know, let's behave yourself. And he's just like, ah. So, anyway. But that's one thing that motivates me, is really being able to take care of our animals in a way that they deserve to be taken care of. Because unfortunately, not all animals are taken care of. And, you know, that's why we do what we do. We love animals. We want to see them being treated with compassion. And personally, I want to see a lot of them not brought into the world. You know, I'm a real believer in spay and neutering, and, you know, do away with factory farms and all of that. So we got a lot of work to do, all of us.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you for that acknowledgement, Paul.
Yes, and I think that's a good parallel to seeing things in a different way, because I feel as though I'm doing the same thing as the speaker coordinator, for instance, for the Georgia VegFest. I'm not getting paid for that. That's a volunteer thing that I'm doing. And all the speakers are volunteers. And that's our way of giving first, knowing that on the back end we'll be rewarded through the work that we do that does bring us revenue. And having different streams of revenue is important too. I think, Paul, you're getting a taste of the business pieces that come out of us. We've had a lot of people during the course of the month who shared their stories and the work that they do that has really been the hands-on work with people, changing health outcomes and advocating for compassion for animals and for the environment and the planet. And our work is slightly different, but is so aligned in that what we do is create methods of getting people together to amplify what it is that they do, to showcase what it is that they do. I was telling Peggy, we're going to be doing a book anthology. Where are we going to go to find authors to contribute to this book within the Sage Circle Alliance? Mm-hmm. And before, we were putting our heads together, we were making our lists, we were going to go here and there, and this person and that person and the other person. And what better place for us to begin but right here with the Sage Circle Alliance, because we know these people, we know that we're on the same mission, that the vision is a shared vision, and the passion is there. So, you know, it's just, it's amazing. I think that parallel extends to every member of the Sage Circle Alliance. You know, we've all got our sanctuary of sorts. And this gives us an opportunity to come together collectively, to be supported in our efforts, to tell our stories, so that that's how others know who we are and what we do, how we're contributing, and we get to hear their stories. I told Peggy, I have seen you out there for a couple of years now, as long as I've known PBNSG, but now I get to know who Peggy Kraus is. And that's just such a great feeling. Now I know who Paul Chatlin is. Or he was a picture on the website of PBNSG. And I had been to some of the meetings. Dr. Akil had spoken. I was there for that. I've known many of the PBNSG coordinators, and now I know them even better. But even more than that, I know the work that they do. And that's something that you don't necessarily get to know being a part of PBNSG or being a part of the audience there. You know, whoever the speaker is, that's who you get to know. This way, we're really supporting the work that each individual does. We're amplifying the voice of each individual so that as they rise and come into a collective space, we're louder, we're stronger, we have a deeper message, and we make a bigger impact.
Yeah, it's as I open myself up more to people, to me, it's always been kind of humbling that here we are at the Plant-Based Nutrition Support Group, almost 12 years old, and we have all these speaker events and all these culinary events and all these specific support groups, and it's run by volunteers. And everyone knows, like, a volunteer, and we've had people leave, we've had people come back, and the biggest fear is always that what happens if a whole bunch of facilitators just changed, something happened, they left, and it's like I've had this motto at PBNSG, which is, it's funny how from the moment I got a miracle of a second chance on life without bypass surgery, my head has dropped many times along the way, and something much more powerful has picked it up. And it's like, here we are, it's like PBNSG is still in business. We're always looking for more members. I certainly wish every doctor would recommend it. Every lifestyle doctor would recommend it, just because we need to grow that. We have to constantly grow the membership, because we've got to get to a point of just breaking even. And that's all I ever wanted. But then, when this Sage Circle idea was tormenting me at night, and I wrote about it, and here we are a year later, once again, I feel like humbled, because once again, I get to meet all these beautiful volunteer people, all these wonderful people. And, it energizes me. And yet, I'm honest, it's like, maybe this day, somebody will watch the Sage Circle and say, I know you're in your infancy. I know this is a long game for all of us, but I want to help you. I mean, with 350 million people in the United States, I'm waiting for that one person who could say, let me help you. Let's, would $50,000, it would mean the world to us, because we can do so many things. I mean, we do something with $5,000.
Absolutely.
So I'm not saying, I'm saying that, like, I feel as if it's like deja vu again in some weird way, where PBNSG was like a struggle. And when we were doing live events, we were doing fine. But when you switch over from live events to doing things virtually, it's a whole different market. It's a whole different thing. But I couldn't in good consciousness, keep having live meetings when COVID was happening. And whether you believe conspiracy or believe it's whatever you want to believe, the people who would go to our meetings, 80% were 60 and older. I just could not live with myself if something happened to them.
Yeah.
Making that move was, all of a sudden we had this much money, and then it went to, like, okay, you're starting all over again. And that was 3 years ago. Right. Here we are with the SCA. And there are moments, I mean, it's not stopping me, but it's like, there are moments where I sit there and say, is today the day that I'm going to be able to, like, have a breath where we have money that we could actually take some of the ideas and not have to wait so long to create them, that we could actually create them now, and especially
Mhm.
with the hint that I gave earlier today of our 501c3 plans with children. I mean, like, we can't wait. We
Right.
can't wait around. We've got to do things now.
Right.
You know, so it's compelling. And I must also, since I'm doing this big admonishment today, what I feel the worst about isn't the work I put in, you know, because I get offset by the great people I get to meet, but it's my beautiful wife who doesn't see her husband.
Right.
You know, like she's an independent, strong person, and she understands, but I don't understand. You know, like I have a tough time where I'm like, okay, this is 2 more hours here, and I could have spent that hour going for a walk with my wife or doing something. And it's like, you know, here we go again. But she also knows that, like, you know, I only have so much time, and I don't mean that like sincerely, but I just know that, you know, I'm still young enough at this moment that I have the energy to make a difference. If it was 10 years from now, again, you know, I'm not going to play the game of, oh, you'll be fine in 10 years. Sorry. I feel the aches and pains of my past, you know, at my age now. And I'm still doing great, but 10 years from now, there'll be more aches and pains. Let's get real.
Right.
And so, you know, it just, you know, there are challenges, you know, but on the other hand, like I said, the thing that is driving all of us is that it's the first time that we could have one voice. We don't have a movement, nothing like that, but we could just have a bigger voice. And I'm in awe of the people that I've met that have entered my life's door.
Well, thank you. And, you know, I want to acknowledge one thing you did, Paul, is you put out the ask. You said,
Yep.
It would be nice to get $50,000. So we're putting it out there that the organization could use some funding. And it's important for people to let others know where they're at and to let basically the chips fall where they may. Years ago, when I was doing a lot of in-person presentations, I used to speak for one organization that at any given meeting, they would have a conference. They would have about 200 professional women in the audience. And one of the exercises that we used to do was to have people write down what's one thing that you would really like to see happen in your life before you're done. What's one thing you want to see happen that, you know, it's like it's on your heart. You really want to do it. And they'd write it down. Then we get a few volunteers to stand up and say, okay, what is it that you're looking for? And somebody would say, well, I need a publisher for my book, and I don't know where to find a publisher. And then somebody else in the audience would go, oh, I happen to know a publisher that publishes that kind of book. And all of a sudden, by people standing up and making claim to what was important to them, they were finding the resources. And oftentimes what people do is they hold their desires close to their heart and they don't let anybody know. You have to stand up and let people know, because until you do, it's not going to happen. And so I also want to acknowledge the whole thing about spending time with family. For me, family is important. It's like there are times where I just say, okay, I'm not going to work because I need to spend time with my animals, with my spouse, with, you know, whomever it is that, because I lost my mother-in-law a year and a half ago, and it was a huge loss because she lived on our property. And I know that every day is so precious. So for me, I sometimes find taking those walks with the dogs, taking the, you know, going near the river and having that downtime, that's when the best ideas flow. And all of a sudden I've just re-sparked my energy to where I go into my office. And we did an event last night that I put this amazing workbook together. And it was about 30 pages of just very high content. Well, most of the time spent on that workbook was in the thinking process, going near the river, going on runs and thinking, okay, what do I want to do? And then asking for the download. So that's kind of how Vlyn and I actually work, is we actually ask to be guided in what we need to do. And I know that you've got a very strong spiritual foundation, Paul. And so sometimes I think our mind gets in the way and says, oh, I have to put that extra hour in the office, instead of like, okay, I'm closing the door right now because I have something that I need to do to take care of me right now. I have to go to the gym, or I have to, go on a walk, or whatever it may be, but to have that balance in life, because we all know what it's like to be workaholics. We all know that. The three of us, I'm speaking. It's like I when I first started my business, I was thinking how much it was never enough, just one more hour, to where it was driving me batty. And COVID did a number on my business too. I've had my business 30 years, and it turned it upside down to where everything I thought I knew got thrown out the window, and I had to step back, and I had to literally be taken to my knees and say, okay, I surrender. Show me what to do. And that's kind of my prayer of the day. Every day that I start, it's like, okay, whatever we call the source that guides us, God, spirit, higher power, it's like, show me what I'm to do. How can I best serve today? And sometimes the best thing I can do to serve is to walk away, regroup, and then come back. So that's just my 2 cents worth. That was a quarter's worth. Okay.
I appreciate that. No, I do. And well, hey, look, on my end right now, it's like, hey, I am appreciative of everybody, and I'm honest with people, because what else is there? So I'm going to take off. Because I know that what happens to me is like my brain is just filled up. I'm just
right.
And but like I said, I always feel privately I'm the lucky one. I get to meet and hang out with Meryl, and I get to kind of get to know a lot more people that I didn't know before, heard of but didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Today we had Mike and Will on for a bit, and
nice.
Mike is that next generation of amazing people, and Will Tuttle. Well, he's Will Tuttle, and he joined us.
Yes, he is. Great guy.
So I guess if you give me permission, what I'd say to anybody in my closing is just, I think that if you just look at history, like you're looking at Kathleen and Lynn, they've got some history. I've got some history. And the fact is we're still talking. We're still viable. We're in good shape. We love animals, the planet, and people. And we are successful, and we were successful because we want to help, and in helping people. Hopefully they're going to help us, because I think of the good of everybody.
Right.
So I'm asking one time again, any sponsorships, any donations, join us, give me a call, give any of us a call. Let's talk about it. But, your piece that you give us goes a lot longer, because not only do we spread it to other volunteers to do other projects, but we'll find a way. We value the money a little differently, because every single penny matters. Every single penny that we get matters. And
absolutely.
So I'm going to say God bless. I'm glad that you two are part of my life. And
thank you, Paul. And we feel the same way. We feel the same way. Feel blessed to know you, and my brother from another mother.
Hey, and you got to witness a first. Paul Chatlin, 4 straight hours. Boom, like right there.
Okay. Go hug your wife.
Wait, it's so impressive. I'm gonna take a selfie. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's funny. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.